Vamos a dar inicio. Quiero invitarles por favor a todos a ubicarse. Está ingresando y está con nosotros ya la viceministra de Diáspora y Movilidad Humana, Cindy Mariela Portal.
Cindy Mariela Portal, Vice Minister of Diaspora, will begin. Good morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Are welcoming each of you who is present in this course, all the people who are connected to us to the Forum for Promotion and Link and Capitalization of the Contribution of Diasporas against 2022. It's that you are here with us. And we have Cindy Mariela Portal, Vice Minister of Diaspora and Human Mobility and Pro Tempore Presidency for RCM, and virtually Michelle Klein Solomon, the Regional Director of IOM for Central America, North America, and the Caribbean. We also welcome all the representatives of IOM, representatives from the member states of CRM, special guests, the press and institutional coverage, and the guests. This morning is a very special this morning we will hear the Vice Minister that I'm going to introduce now. She has a graduate degree in communications, especially in organizational communications. She has a master's degree in strategic. Also, she has studies in political communications in the George Washington University, and postgraduate degrees by the University of Salamanca, also studies in applied linguistics, geopolitics, migration movements, and she has an international postgraduate degree in public policies by the Superior Economic Institute by Argentina. She is graduated from the regional program political training by the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, and she is a student of law in the Central American University. November 14 of 2019, the Minister of Foreign Affairs sworn in Cindy Portal as Ambassador of Brazil. In 2020, she was appointed as the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, Integration, and Economic Promotion, and in June 2020, she was sworn in as a Vice Minister for the Sacraments abroad. This is the position that she has carried out until May 2021, until she was sworn in as a Vice Minister of Diaspora and Mobility. In representation of the government of the Vice Minister of Diaspora and Human Mobility, she received the pro tempore presidency of the Migration Regional Conference for the year 2022. This is an instance that represents the biggest dissertation and incidents forum regarding the migration topic of the 11 member nations, and it's a pleasure to present the Vice Minister of Diaspora and Human Mobility, Mrs. Cindy. Thank you. Welcome to El Salvador, Regional Director of the IOM for Central America, North America, and Caribbean, who is here with us. Members of the Executive Secretariat and members of the Regional Conference on Migrations Executive Director of Salvadoran Council of Coffee, and officers from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And guests, I want to thank for your attendance for this forum, for the contribution of diaspora. This space is very important because it allows us to recognize the importance and commitment of our people abroad. And even if they are not physically in the country, they keep contributing to the development and creation of opportunities in them. The World Agreement for Safe Mobility recognizes the cross-border nature of this population and their contributions to the origin and their new countries. And we want to follow up on the forum that took place in Mexico, and from the pro tempore presidency in El Salvador, we want to give an approach to link our diasporas, considering their social, economic, and cultural contributions. This event has a strategic approach. Through technical dialogue, we prioritize on the need to strengthen actions to link and establish participation of our communities abroad. This forum is a space of recognition to the good practices of the diasporas and the identification of initiatives that have had a contribution in the territories with concrete results for the benefit of the population. Friends, the term diaspora refers to the scattering of a people or community in different parts of the world, and although this is applied very well for our nationals outside the country, it doesn't reflect something fundamental. What we should not lose sight of the lives and stories behind every member of this group. For the government of President Nayib Bukele, it's fundamental to have actions that allow us to make this visible and changing the way in which we have been working, and to be consolidated as a region who cooperates. And as you will see today, from our presidency, we want to create intersectoral spaces to identify, innovate, potentiate, and coordinate good practices at regional level, and to bring the speeches to the action. Since diasporas in our countries have evolved and they have faced emerging demands from the context where they function in their origin and destination. This is necessary for those who want to make public policies, and that we can adapt to these evolution processes. Representatives of member organizations and observing states and representatives of the civil society, let's continue to work as a team, and let's add up the efforts to develop, link, and capitalize on the contributions of the diasporas to our countries. I am sure that this meeting will be useful to share good practices and create good practices for the benefit of our dear diaspora, that now, for the first time in the government of President Nayib Bukele, is being empowered and considered for all of the public policies that we are creating. There is a before and after is marked by this administration, where Salvadorans can have access to voting. Salvadorans abroad have been taken into account to create public policies in their favor. For instance, in the project to reform the constitution with open forums and spaces to listen to them, and we hope that El Salvador can receive them in the best way possible. Welcome to our country, which is also yours. Thank you. Thank you, Vice Minister Cindy Mariela Portal, for your words. And to inaugurate this forum, we will also listen to Michelle Klein Solomon. She is from Switzerland and the US. She is a regional director for Central America, North America, and the Caribbean from the International Organization for Migration, with headquarters in San Jose, Costa Rica. She assumed this position on August 31st, 2020. She is advisor on a different matters of migration policies for governments and regional entities. Before her appointment, Mrs. Klein Solomon worked as the first director of the Center of Policies, recently established in the office of the regional director of IOM. The Policy Center has been designed to gather and provide knowledge about migration policies in the region. This is a catalyzer to promote gathering, analysis, and the effective exchange of data and relevant information for the policies and facilitate strategic advisory on migration policies based on the experience of IOM. From 2016 to 2018, she was director of the World Agreement for Migration, leading the support of IOM for the partners and implementation for safe migration. From 2014 to 2016, she directed the Secretariat for the Initiative Migrants for Countries in Crisis, and she was a representative of IOM in the United Nations in New York from 2010 to 2014. And before that, she was director of the Investigation and Migration Policies of IOM. Before getting together to this organization, she was an advisor in the office of the legal advisor at the U.S. Department of State. For a majority of the time, she served as the principal refugee and migration lawyer for the Department of State. Mrs. Klein Solomon holds a Juris Doctor and Master of Science in Foreign Service degrees from Georgetown University and an honorary doctorate of human letters and a Bachelor of Arts degree of the Colgate University. It's my pleasure to present Michelle Klein Solomon, Regional Director of IOM for Central America, North America, and the Caribbean, who will speak to us online. Thank you so much for this great welcome. Dear Cindy Maria de Portal, Vice Minister of Diaspora and Human Mobility, and pro tempore presidency of CRM, and my very special friend, dear Luis Adolfo Serrano, Secretary of the Regional Conference and his team, and dear delegates of the member countries of CRM. I am very pleased to participate in this first session of the program of the Forum for Promotion, Development, Linking and Capitalization of the Contributions of the Diaspora. As the Vice Minister has indicated, this is an activity of a great interest for us. The presence of the diasporas abroad represent a central factor of the migration process, since it has an influence in the decision of migrating and the integration in the destination country, and it increases the sense of belonging of migrants in their communities who receive them, based on family, cultural, and historical links. Participation in these subjects, in development subjects like a reduction of poverty or economic growth, the humanitarian response or recovery after a crisis, has generated a growing interest between a number of stakeholders and governments in particular. One of the biggest contributions of the diasporas are the remittances for their importance for the economic development of the countries of origin. Globally, in 2021, we recorded an increase in remittances in most of the regions. The Latin American region and the Caribbean, they reached a record level with an increase of 21.6% of remittances, and they collected $126 billion. Considering the importance of remittances in the region that exceeds 20% of the GDP, in countries such as El Salvador, 26.2, in Honduras, 26.6, and in Guatemala, 26.6. In June last year, we had a forum for discussion of CRM with organizations from the diaspora for the development of investment and development of communities through the quick, safe, and economic transfer of remittances under the pro tempore presidency from before. Following up in 2021, the Forum for Promotion, Development, and Link and Capitalization of the Contributions of the Diaspora intends to adopt a more comprehensive approach of linking diasporas, contemplating not only their financial contributions, but also their social and cultural contributions. This event is aligned with the strategic approach of IOM for the link with them, and there are three action axes: enable, involve, and empower diasporas as development agents, and likewise, and as I mentioned, as the Vice Minister mentioned, this forum is aligned with our agreement for safe, organized, and regular migration, and the Agenda 2030 about sustainable development, since it seeks to improve necessary conditions so that the migrants and diasporas that they can contribute to the sustainable development in all the countries, and to promote transference of remittances that are quicker, more safe, and economical, and to foster inclusion, economic inclusion of the migrants. In this same line of ideas, the forum contributes to the objective of sustainable development number 17 that calls for the strengthening of the means for implementation and revitalizing the World Alliance for Sustainable Development through innovative alliances such as the diasporas. And indirectly, it could also contribute to promote startups of the diasporas as a link for the creation of employment, higher industrialization, innovation, and commerce, investment, and participation in sustainable tourism, among others. In line with the priority action of this pro tempore presidency 2022 on empowerment of diasporas, we propose this forum to address the issue of linking these communities. We consider that the creation of an optimum ecosystem so that the diasporas can participate fully in the development is fundamental. For that, we want to think about strategies to link them that are sensible to the particularities of the diaspora of every country. For instance, the gender composition, age, education level, motivations, and aspirations based on a close relationship of trust to guarantee the sustainability of their empowerment. And it also contributes to two of their cross-cutting pillars to strengthen the capacities of the people participating regarding the formulation and implementation of their strategies to link them and empowerment of the diasporas. At the same time of giving way to the cooperation of both consultative processes established in the region on migration. This CRM and the partners from the South with the collaboration of the different member countries to maximize the potential of the diaspora as a bridge between them. And to conclude, I would like to thank the pro tempore presidency of CRM El Salvador and the Vice Minister Cindy Portal and the Office of Populations, Refugees and Migration of the Department of State of the United States, because with their program on migrations make this forum possible. Thank you so much to everybody who is present for their time and attention. And I want to wish you a lot of success in these work sessions that you will have this week. Thank you, everybody.
Muchas gracias a las palabras de la directora regional.
For the opening remarks by Michelle Klein. And this is how we officially open the forum for the promotion, development, and the contribution of diaspora. We will continue with the forum. Now we will start our work, but before I would like to announce that the Vice Minister, Cindy Portal, due to other commitments, she will have to leave during the day. And now we will start with the forum. And I would like to introduce the first moderator, Michela Machiavella. She is a thematic specialist on labor mobility and human development. She's responsible for the first part of this forum. So welcome.
¿Me escuchan? Sí, ahora sí. Un gusto.
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I would like to call the members of the panel. This is a hybrid panel. We have two speakers here on site with us, and we have one virtual speaker who will be joining us on the screen. Welcome.
Y entonces, una pequeña introducción sobre este panel.
A brief introduction about this panel. We have 1 hour. However, we are a little bit behind on schedule. In this panel, we will have the possibility of hearing from some of the countries in the region who have had a very interesting experience in developing diaspora activities, and each one of our speakers will have a presentation, a 15-minute presentation.
I will be taking care of, because after the presentation, we have the opportunity of questions and answers for a period of 15 minutes. I think that this should give us the possibility of taking 2 or 3 questions. The best practices that we are going to look at will be interesting for us, and I am sure that many of you will have interest and questions about it. In this panel, we have here with us a representative from El Salvador, from Mexico, and virtually our colleague representing Jamaica. Without further ado, and because we would like all speakers to have the opportunity of sharing their best practice, we will start now. And we will start with the presentation from El Salvador. So I will ask speakers if they can introduce themselves and then start with the presentation. Thank you. Good morning and welcome. I am Hilda Morillo. I am head of the Department of Inclusion and Community Liaison in the Vice Ministry of Diaspora and Human Mobility from El Salvador. The presentation today is about a best practice. Thank you. As you heard, the Vice Ministry is a recent institution, and the practice that I would like to share with you is about the creation of the Directorate of Diaspora and Development. But before that, to get some context about the practices, we have taken into consideration that the diaspora has different dynamics in the countries that they're at, and these are linked directly with how linked they are with the countries of origin. And as an introduction, we would have to know that we have taken into consideration the human capital of diaspora, which includes knowledge, experience, creativity, and skills, and also the connection that they have with their municipalities, cities, or places of origin, the social capital that they have created with organizations, also financial capital. And I think that this has been evident throughout the years due to investments, businesses, and remittances, acquisition, and asset acquisition. So taking into consideration all capitals that they represent for origin and destination countries, this is how we took into account practices in El Salvador. The first one is the creation of the Directorate of Diaspora and Development. It's a very recent initiative. We haven't been here for a year yet, and we can see many achievements and many results. And I relate with what Michelle Klein is saying, and also what Vice Minister Portal was saying, the importance of visualizing the diaspora as a stakeholder and actor in the development, not only due to the financial capital, but they have a connection with the country, even if they are out. And we should know that they are stakeholders in development. The directorate has the following organizational structure, including 3 departments, one department called Inclusion and Community Liaison, the Department of Investments and Labor Mobility. This is how we identify different capitals represented by the diaspora for their host countries, countries of origin. And the next one that we would like to say, and here in the development department, we are creating opportunities and links with the diaspora We hear about what they need, we listen to them, and in order to create public policies, we need to understand what are their needs, what are their concerns, and what have been things that we are lacking, things that we have not done. And the Department of Diaspora and Development is one of the things that it is addressing. The second practice, and this is a very recent program, and we believe it's important to share this.
Presenta este programa de becas para niñas y adolescentes.
This is a program for scholarships for children and adolescents with an early pregnancy. How can we involve the diaspora to support specifically this development problem? And we contributed to the work done by UNFA that is working with girls and adolescents that are pregnant, and we also work together with the Ministry of Education, whose priority is to prevent these girls from dropping out of school, and an entity from United Nations, another government institution, and the link with the diaspora. We created this program, which includes scholarships. In the previous slide, we highlighted, and Michelle also mentioned this in her speech, the importance of relating everything we do with these commitments and international agreements that we have with the Sustainable Development Goals. This contributes to this objective number 5, specifically to the objectives that prevent violence against women. The program is comprehensive and complex at the same time, but we have been able to streamline it a little bit, and we have created a fund to receive donation, social investments for development that the diaspora is interested in. So with UNFA, we've created a mechanism to receive donations through the website that they already have for this same purpose. It's called Friends of UNFPA. This page, this website collects donations. Donations are received in the United Nations office in El Salvador, specifically of this program, UNFPA, and then the donations are channeled through the Ministry of Education to schools. And as a vice ministry, we are the liaison with the Salvadoran diaspora, presenting this program to them, trying to channel all of the support that the diaspora is willing to give to the country. This is one that we believe it's important to present today. This financing mechanism allows us to be fully transparent with the diaspora that is willing to support their country. We could ask for a report of all donations received, and anybody could have access to the information of the amount of money that we have collected. It can be anonymously, but it can also be on behalf of association, natural person. We can immediately see what happens with their donation. This is why we believe that this is a best practice to channel the investment for the social development of this country. Next slide, please. We also bring together other practices, and this is to serve the diaspora. Also, we have to take into account how to become closer to them. We have a program led by the Fondo Social para la Vivienda Cercana. This is an option and an opportunity so that Salvadoran population abroad can have access for their family members who live in the country, or when they want, or for the time when they decide to come back.
these credits are more affordable compared with the commercial banks or private banks. This is another program that we have, and we have Salvadoreño Seguro. Voluntarily, Salvadorians abroad can contribute to the Salvadorian Institute of Social Security so that they can have access to medical care. And we Salvadorians who live here, we contribute, and they can do it voluntarily as well. We also have a flexible education program. They can take a test to obtain their certificate diploma. This includes middle school and secondary, and this is so that they can have access to a certificate for their studies. And we have another program for medical brigades. Menaje de casas means that diaspora has up to $20,000, if I'm not mistaken. When they decide to come back voluntarily, they can bring this amount without taxes. This is for Salvadorians wanting to return to the country, and we've had an increase in these requests, and somebody from my team told me that based on what the president is doing and the programs that we have in this administration, well, people now want to come back, and they are taking advantage of this program, Menaje de Casa. We also have a donation program that this is that for the donations in kind can enter the country without tax. This is acknowledging how noble our Salvadorans are outside. They want to contribute to their communities of origin and to the country. Finally, and the Vice Minister Portal mentioned this, but we are also including the diaspora in the political environment. And this is not only the ability to vote from abroad, but in order to include the diaspora, we have to include them in the decision-making process. And this ability to vote is specifically that include them in civil participation. We have a program to have meetings with them. This is how we collect what the diaspora wants to give us and what they want us to do in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I've been here for almost a month, but this is what we have been trying to do. We want to listen. Hopefully in 2 years, I can be here speaking about new programs and new initiatives and new best practices. These are only some of the things that we've done. Thank you very much. I hope I respected the time allocated. Thank you, Hilda. I believe that as I see the list, well, it was very interesting. I wasn't able to take all the notes I wanted to, but I would like to highlight one of the points that you mentioned. I liked, or I was interested in the encouraging examples of being able to engage the diaspora not only in development but also in social aspects that have been an issue in the country. And the social point of view is a way to, is a change in the point of view. I would also like to underscore what you mentioned about listening, which is fundamental when we build trust with a diaspora. This is the ability to build this trust is something that will be mentioned in this event and highlighted in this event, and also the adoption of transparent practices so that the diaspora is able to know how the contribution is used. Thank you. You definitely respected the time for your presentation. I now give the floor to our colleague from Jamaica.
Good morning. I wonder if
I
you
will now
can
change.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Good morning. My name is Lloyd Wilkes. I'm the director.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. I'm the director of diaspora affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Jamaica. I must say before starting that this has been a very important forum, and the discourse so far has been quite enlightening. I want to thank the hosts and of course the IOM for first of all putting this on, and all the participants are making it such an engaging activity. So shall I proceed? In the case
Please
of
go
Jamaica,
ahead. Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, moderator. In the case of Jamaica, I want to first of all start out by saying we attempted to engage our diaspora really through, I suppose, examining all of our options for growth and for development. And it started way back in the very early 1990s. Jamaica first began to look at its returning residents, funny enough, rather than people who lived in the various destination countries. We were examining how returning residents could best help in fostering greater sources for development purposes. And with that in mind, we set up in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs the Returning Residents Facilitation Unit. I think that was set up in 1993, headed by our former Permanent Secretary, Don Bryce. As we moved along and recognizing, of course, that there was more to be gained in terms of the persons who were abroad and who were coming home. Our missions were very much involved in briefing returning residents, and in our various institutions in Jamaica were busily trying to ensure that we streamlined all the various facilities to make that return seamless. All of Jamaica, basically in terms of private sector, various stakeholders in NGOs and government, were all involved in this exercise. It evolved. We then recognized that our resident population abroad was very much a significant stakeholder. They were already, in fact, from the earliest years of migration, communicating with their relatives here, with institutions that they attended, for which are alma maters, and they were already contributing, setting up structures for this type of exchange. So it was incumbent on the government, looking at that particular architecture that already existed, to develop more profoundly an agile system that was robust and structured, that could be more predictable in terms of engaging what had become a very important segment of our population abroad. So in the early years, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs set up a different type of department that examined consular and diaspora affairs, which obviously was examining as well the nexus between how we served our Jamaicans and how Jamaicans, as part of a Jamaican family, could serve our development interests. I hasten to add that by the time we got to 2003, all of government was pretty much involved, including academia, including NGOs and civil society, and the man on the street, who of course was receiving remittances from abroad. We sought to engage all stakeholders in an important dialogue to determine what the appetite was for a more structured engagement. So in order for that to be helpful, Jamaica was engaged in a migration profile exercise, and that examined who our migrants were, where did they go, what was the main characteristics in terms of age, sex, and other characteristics. And of course, that would obviously help our planning processes, we discovered that we had a number of young people going to certain destinations over the years, and a number of older persons, some from rural Jamaica, some from the cities. Some people were well educated as artisans, others were good skilled workers, unskilled workers, etc. So we examined the environment and the profile of those migrants so that we could properly determine how best to engage them. So by 2003, we had a very important symposium, which brought all the stakeholders together, and very important leaders of the various segments of our diaspora, community leaders, church leaders, business leaders. And in that context, a discussion was had. And of course, an agreement was reached and a resolution passed to ensure that we could have conferences every 2 years. And in the interregnum, we would have conferences in the locations. Main conference, of course, being in Jamaica, and became the centerpiece for engagement of all the various stakeholders, including the diaspora. And this included not just the heads of the various sectors, but certainly the ordinary man. And people came together in 2004, which would have been our first conference. At that conference, obviously led by a consensus now amongst all the stakeholders to ensure that a structured engagement could be had. We had that first conference in earnest, but I must point out that we had very significant support from the IOM in the very early stages. In fact, in the early 90s, when we had a reintegration program, bringing home skilled nationals. And that assistance did not, that technical assistance and financial assistance didn't stop there. So by the early 2000s, we also had, again, the IOM helping us with a mapping exercise, which we conducted in 2012 through 2015. But it was very important because that mapping exercise gave us an opportunity and insight to determine who our diaspora really are. Where are they? The second, third, and fourth generation, which would ensure sustainability. Who were those diasporans? We looked very closely at how they were spread. So at first, we started off with our main traditional diaspora areas, United States, United Kingdom, and of course, Canada. But that exercise allowed us the opportunity to examine very deliberately the broader global spread and how best we could engage them. Now, going back to that first conference, it did a number of important things. It set the parameters within which our planning exercise and our engagement activities, and of course, the promotion of diaspora affairs, how those things would take place. How would we engage all of government? How would we engage the diaspora in its broadest sense? How would we engage all the various stakeholders, which are critical to the process? We recognize, of course, that a number of private business concerns operated in the diaspora. They had a very vested interest in ensuring that their promotion in the diaspora was significant. And of course, NGOs who also linked with diasporans for various types of support and exchanges. And so all of government, meaning the Ministry of Transport, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Health in particular, the Ministry of Education, and so on, were fully engaged because of their peculiar interests in that particular segment of our population abroad. So moving on from 2004, but in 2009, we had a youth conference. Of course, by then we had developed what we had called a future leaders segment of the younger generation there. And they also developed various types of organizations that would serve to ensure the affinity would grow amongst their population. Early out again in 2004, and it continued to this day, we outlined a number of mechanisms that would help in ensuring structure, ensuring support, and bringing people together in an organized way. So the Jamaica Diaspora Foundation was set up under the chairmanship of a very strong private sector leader, and the Jamaica Diaspora Institute was also set up under a strong academic person with very broad experience and served on many boards, with strong connectivity. And that entity allowed for investment in various conferences, developing portals, helping to plan conferences, where of course the foundation helped to bring finances together, and so on, to continue the process of engagement with all diasporans. Very importantly, and we recognize this early in the day, that diaspora engagement now was attracting a multilateral audience. It was looking more deliberately now at how our multilateral agencies in a global context was beginning to pay attention to diaspora affairs. And for the most part, not just because of the impact of migration globally, but certainly the resilience of diaspora in terms of their contributions to development. And that recognition has led, of course, Jamaica to be far more engaged with our various multilateral partners, which we must thank for their continued support of diaspora engagement, diaspora promotion, and of course, capitalization. It has been an interesting journey. And I want to say this at the very start, that whilst remittances was very important, we recognized very quickly that that's a private flow. And as much as government collected taxes and it aided and assisted a lot of persons on the individual level, to move development in a more profound way, it required a more robust understanding, process really, of engaging diasporans on different levels. So whilst you seek to enhance goodwill abroad amongst diasporans towards Jamaica, so it's recognizing that nexus now between how we serve Jamaicans and how we engage them on the ground. And in particular, our understanding, how do we foster a greater understanding of their interests? What are those interests? And so the conferences, including those in Interregnum, helped us to not only understand the interests, but also to move various resolutions along. So from conference to conference, we would be taking a report card really. And in Interregnum, in the conferences in those destination countries, we would use those to ensure that we were tracking the developments very, very accurately and keeping people fully engaged and fully interested and ensuring that the momentum continued. Very important thing took place some 5 or more years ago, whereas Jamaica not only began to develop, in fact, it's going back to 2012, a diaspora policy, which had become desirable, so that all stakeholders would understand a proper roadmap that Jamaica was traversing and the strategic interests that Jamaica had and the diaspora shared amongst all stakeholders. And so that diaspora policy, which we hope will get approval for white paper very shortly. It is being presented to Parliament as we speak. And so the hope is that that document will move from draft stage, and so that all of us will now have something to work with. But let me quickly add that despite the fact that it's in draft stage, it is actually an active working document. We believe that it is sufficiently agile. It does enhance or speak to robust engagement, but at the same time, being mindful of changes. It does incorporate the SDGs. It's aligned to our national development plans. Those things are being engaged as we speak in an all-of-government approach in a context where global resources for ODA is, of course, not rapidly or in any sense expanding. And so looking at the resilience of our diaspora and how they've managed to plug into our national development or engagement, broadly speaking, affecting climate change, affecting issues having to do with gender, affecting so many other issues that we would struggle to confront on our own. Our diasporas have been strong sources of lobbying, transference of skills, and like I said before, now we're trying to determine how best we can get diasporans to contribute to government development projects and not just simply remittances. We have been looking very closely as well at how to ensure that diasporans can be rewarded for their investment in the country, in its growth, its development, so that their transfer of capital does enable them to collect a rent, to collect some returns. And so even whilst we develop investment projects, we ensure that those investment projects can redound to the benefit of diasporans. I'm not sure how I'm doing for time, and I don't want to go over. Madam Moderator?
You are doing perfectly fine. You actually have another 2 minutes if you wanted to use them.
Yes, thank you. And so we have determined that developing, projectizing many of the development initiatives and bringing diasporans together to focus on those initiatives have been working well. And so I implore others to examine how best to do that. Jamaica has not yet arrived at the place where the national movement and national drive for the contribution of diasporans to national development is sufficiently robust. So we crave greater involvement and the examination of best practices across the board, both in terms of getting support, not just from our diaspora, but from our multilateral partners, which thankfully we have been receiving, but there is greater refinement and definition of what that is, including, of course, this forum, which I'm very thankful for. And I speak on behalf of Jamaica when I say this, that we really hope to enhance in other forums that sort of engagement, which I know has been redounding to the benefit of our developing countries and has assisted South-South as well as North-South cooperation. And so I look forward to the further participation in events of this nature. And I know that the outcome documents that will come out of this, I am hoping that we will have further discourse so that we can refine our various processes, fully engage our diaspora. And in fact, it is creating a pathway and a global recognition of each other. The fact that we need each other, we need to support each other for global growth and development, even as we focus on our individual economies.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilkes. So this is, I would say, the perfect account of a country that has been engaging for decades with diaspora, and you have given us a very encouraging progression of activities of engagement. I think that I want to stress what you pointed out has been probably one of the most important elements of your success of engagement, which is the whole of government and whole of society engagement with your diasporas. So you have pointed out not only all the ministries, but also the private sector, the NGO, and the public, who have contributed to making sure that the strategy to reach out made sense. I also want to stress the point that you made, which was key, I think, and that continues to be key in your strategy, which is getting to know your diaspora, getting to know their needs, their priority, and especially getting to know what pleases them and be able to actually reward them. And then another thing that I think needs to be highlighted is the capacity to maintain regular exchanges with your diaspora, to not lose the momentum, and to make this, to keep the interest awake. These are only few of the many points that you have made, but just to stress how important these elements have played a role into your strategy. Do please stay with us, Mr. Wilkes, because at the end of the next presentation, we will take a few questions. So thanks very much for remaining with us.
You're most welcome.
Entonces, perdón para los traductores, voy a volver al español. Gracias. Y entonces, bienvenida a nuestra tercera ponente, que es representante de México. Hemos hablado mucho antes de esta presentación y sé que ustedes tienen muchísimas cosas interesantes a compartir con el público. Entonces, adelante, antes con la presentación de quién es usted, su carga, y luego con la presentación. Muchas gracias, adelante.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you. My name is Columba Calvo. I am Ambassador of Mexico since 2006, member of the Foreign Services since 1980, and now I belong to the Institute of Mexicans Abroad, and I am in charge of special projects from Mexico to Latin America and the Caribbean related to the diaspora, and on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I would like to thank the Vice Minister of Diaspora and Human Mobility, Mariela Portal, and the authorities of IOM for the invitation to participate in this very important effort to include Mexico in these sessions. After 26 years of the establishment of the Regional Conference on Migration, also called Puebla Process, our countries continue to promote regional cooperation in terms of the economic and social development of the region. And my country acknowledges and values the efforts by IOM, particularly those focused on the study of diasporas in the regional migration program. Mexico has been an active promoter of many initiatives and a number of aspects related to migration and the need to build a comprehensive approach that includes migration, development, human rights, and at the center of it is the migrant person. In 2018, Mexico adhered to the World Agreement for safe and regular migration, and during our pro tempore presidency of CRM, we coordinated a forum about quick, safe, and secure transfer of remittances. On the other hand, we appreciate the content included about Mexico in terms of the involvement of the diasporas. This is the document that the IOM Mexico presented a few months ago. And we could identify certain things about Mexico and the efforts that they are making to integrate our diaspora and the engagement efforts and the challenges that we have to comply with our responsibilities towards the communities living abroad. And in this sense, we have to thank you, and we have to agree with the 3 pillars of the strategy defined by IOM, and to facilitate these spaces to get together, and we have to empower the diaspora organizations, and we have to create transnational corridors. And Mexico has established public policies related to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with the aim of generating results that dignify treatment towards migrants, and to see the positive things that they offer to the destination and transit countries. And in order to put in perspective the issue of migration, we can see in the graph some information about Mexicans who live abroad, which are about 97% of the diaspora. We don't only have attention programs for Mexicans living in the US. I want to refer to those in the rest of the world, particularly Latin America, because I don't have enough time. But what is Mexico doing? We the Mexicans in the US, we have 51 representations in the country, 50 consulates, and the consular section of the Mexican embassy in Mexico. And through them, we have built a solid structure of support and engagement of the Mexican diaspora, and we have considered to reinforce all the attention programs that we have for many years, and measures that the US have taken in general regarding Latin Americans, and we are on an alert to reinforce all these programs in terms of protection. And so what are we doing? This is a responsibility that we have as public officers, members of the Foreign Service, and with the firm commitment to do what the president of the country has instructed to us, to continue to watch the respect of the human rights of the migrants. And what have we done? For many years, since 1900, we have these three areas of attention where Mexico is focused on: protection, documentation, and community work. These are the three main focuses of our government. And since 1989, Mexico established the Paisano program that establishes policies for prevention, assistance to facilitate the exit, transit, and arrival of Mexicans abroad, and that this takes place with respect to the rights, security, and the knowledge of their obligations. And this program has worked with a lot of success. But Mexico, since the 80s, we established a program to provide attention to Mexican communities abroad, which transformed in the Institute of Mexicans Abroad. You can see what are the objectives that are quite concrete and specific, and this is what we are working on since its foundation in 2003. This institute represents a bridge of understanding where we can articulate a shared agenda, and through certain initiatives contribute to the improvement and integration of the diaspora, and we facilitate their incursion in these societies, and we promote its engagement with Mexico and their communities of origin. Since its creation, the Institute has worked and implemented different programs and carried out different actions. And since 2020, we are playing a fundamental role, giving a new promotion or drive to its functions. And we have been reinforcing the programs that we already had for many years, and we have renovated them and updated them. This is the background of the Institute. This is what IME does. These are the programs that IME has currently. These are the important topics that we work on. You can see them, and in red, you can see financial inclusion. It's not the most important. All of them are important, but in terms of remittances and taking advantage of the resources of the Mexicans abroad, this is one of the programs where IME works, and I will tell you what it is. What do we have? What do we do? We have a number of community windows that are in the different consulates, and I'm not necessarily referring to windows or counters, but sometimes it's not a physical space. Sometimes these are spaces where Mexicans can come and ask for information about different programs which are in the slide that I just referred to. What are those windows or counters? These community windows, we work on health, education, financial advisory, and you can read what every window does, and these are other windows. And we have to highlight two that are very important. A comprehensive attention to originary populations. We are serving Mexicans who migrate from different states of the country who don't speak Spanish. We just open an attention window for original peoples in Orlando, and we are trying that this effort is being replicated in all the states of the United States where we have an important concentration of people of indigenous origin, to help them to get integrated to the society where they live, and then to get engaged with Mexico through different supports that we can give them in these windows. And another aspect is the democratic participation and cultural participation. We are promoting that Mexicans consider that they can become citizens of other countries. We accept double citizenship, and to promote voting. We do this through the global network of qualified Mexicans in the US. You can see what this is about. If you have questions, I can answer them. This is about the week for financial inclusion that we are conducting every year, and we are trying to revitalize it. We just had a financial inclusion week. You will see the topics that we take care of during an entire week, and right now we are involving all our consulates around the world, and these are the IME programs, are the most important programs. What is Mexico doing? For the first time, we are integrating 11 federal government institutions through a committee to integrate Mexican families who have been deported. And we have constituted this interinstitutional roundtable that has to do with labor mobility, and most probably the labor Secretary will talk about this, and these are the different aspects that we are working on. This is a very important effort. For the first time, the federal government is getting involved in all aspects of attention to the diaspora, and with something very important, that the diaspora considers that when they are in the US, living there, they have all the attention of the Mexican government for them and their families. In Mexico, we have a similar programs to what my colleague mentioned, my colleague from El Salvador. This is what the identity groups do. We have all these programs for attention to return families or return people. We try to continue with the efforts that the previous governments have done, but reinforced. We have a commitment to serve Mexicans when they come back, but also to know that they can count with the Mexican government in the distribution of their remittances. We are trying to provide financial education and to guide them so that they can, that their remittances can contribute to their economic development where they are, but also in their places of origin and to the development of the different states of the country. For the first time, we've had a record of over 50,000 million that we received last year, and this forces the Mexican government to take responsibility so that these remittances are for the benefit of the community and not only figures presented on a table, and so that we can see benefit for the Mexicans. And we agree with everything related to attention to communities abroad, and Mexico has made efforts so that all these good practices can be replicated in other countries. We are here for the government of El Salvador. We've had the opportunity to have some contact with them. We can help them, and we are here for you. Thank you. Thank you. This is very interesting. Another country working for decades with the diaspora. I want to highlight what you mentioned, at the beginning of your presentation is the responsibility of the government of Mexico, and they have developed all the services that they have been able to develop to facilitate a constant exchange. You focus on remittances, but also on strengthening of financial capacities, involvement of the families and people from the diaspora who stay in the origin community, and notes about the windows and the attention you give to indigenous peoples who left the country, and the Mexicans Institute and the global network. So we talked about many things, and so many things you couldn't explain, but I hope this will come up during the questions. I know that we are a bit behind, but I would like to give the possibility to our public to ask questions. I'm sure there are questions about these 3 examples of good practices that really give us clear ideas of what we can do in our countries. So please go ahead with the first questions. And I believe the Secretariat will help with the microphone. Thank you so much for that. Thank you. Please go ahead. Our colleague from Costa Rica, I think she has a question. A colleague from the Dominican Republic as well, and then Costa Rica. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My question is for Mr. Lars Wilkes. I don't know if he's still with us, because he mentioned the case of the mapping exercise of Jamaica, especially for the second, third, and fourth generation. I would like to know if you can elaborate more about that exercise from Jamaica. I think we will take one or two questions and then we will give them the possibility. Vamos a tomar otra pregunta. Our colleague from Costa Rica with her question, please. Thank you. My question is for the three of you. I've heard all the programs for development for the diasporas, but I have a question. Parallelly, where are the programs and development policies for the economy and social of the states so that we don't generate more migrants, to stop being countries who expel people, because this is a priority. We cannot rest our economy on what we receive from the diaspora. We have to generate employment internally so that we don't generate more migrants, so that our citizens don't have to leave due to economic reasons to find a better life and to be third category citizens. This is extremely important to consider, and so that we ask the state that parallel development. Thank you. Thank you. So I give the floor to Mr. Wilkes.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. The first question regarding the mapping exercise, I must preface the response by saying that I neglected to mention that there are two mechanisms which we use for engagement in the diaspora. One is called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council for regular migrants, and the other one is called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Youth Council that addresses the second, third, and fourth generation. In fact, that those two mechanisms came out of the mapping exercise in as much as that mapping exercise gave us significant information about that segment of our population abroad, second, third, fourth generation, because it allowed us to find out, for example, from the respondents, from the people who are contributing to that exercise, how old they were, where they lived, what they did. And in as much as it couldn't have been more intrusive in terms of information about income and all that, you know, there's a trust deficit to diaspora. So we kept, the questions were kept fairly open, but the mapping exercise, it is as good as you make it, meaning that you have to set up mechanisms through your missions, put it online, entice your correspondents so that you get the information you want, and in particular from that segment of the group, because young people are quite notorious for wanting to know, well, what is in it for me? And so you have to make the mapping exercise interesting, not just the physical mapping of itself, but how do you frame the questions? Where do you put the process of engagement with them? And how do you then refine the information you get and sustain the dialogue going forward? So those three components we found to have been very important. And the mechanisms for engagement in the diaspora itself is global in nature. So not only do you get information about the different generations, but you find out where they are and what they're doing. And what we found is that depending on where they are, their interests varied, their level of engagement varied, how you engage them had to be varied as well. So it does contribute to planning in respect of that particular group. So that was a question that was posed to me. If you require any perspective on the second question.
No,
No problem.
if you don't mind, I'll give you the floor again, but first, ladies on my left over here to answer the second question. So please stay with us because you'll have the floor again. Thank you. Y entonces, queridas colegas, quisiera ver con ustedes si quieren abordar la
Colleagues,
pregunta.
can you respond the question from the Costa Rican colleague about what are the governments doing to retain potential migrants? And first of all, Mrs. Hilda. Thank you. I was taking some notes. I want to tell you that in the Vice Ministry of Diaspora, from the Directorate of Diaspora Mobility, there is a specific department of prevention of irregular migration. We are speaking about the initiatives for the diaspora. We are also looking at this other aspect. This is not only a responsibility of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but of the government of El Salvador. We know programs for prevention of social violence, plans for prevention of violence, which is an important factor for which our population decides to migrate, and we are responding to that, and there are investments from the government in that sense, and we have created economic support programs for vulnerable families to cover basic needs, regulation of prices, and the economy is another migration factor. And regarding the good practices that I mentioned, prevention of school dropouts, and we have strengthened educational programs. We have handed over computers and school packages to the population in different areas. And one of the objectives is prevention of migration, and the diaspora division have the labor mobility program, which is an effort in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, to speak about everything that the Mexican government is doing to prevent migration, it would really take some time. But I can say that in the National Development Plan, the objectives are established, the objectives that Mexico has for the development of the country. So to the extent that or as a country grows and serves their population, this is how it can prevent one of the causes for migration, which is try to find a better quality of life. But Mexico is working on this, and of course, at a state level, each one has specific characteristics. I was going to elaborate more in the interagency working group. We have 11 departments or agencies of the government, and this goes down to the statement. So if there is a commitment of the federal government to serve the population, this is a responsibility of the states as well. And the fact that the engagement comes from the federal government makes these states to work consistently with that, regardless of the political party. We, of course, would love for Mexicans to stay in the country. We wouldn't want them to go outside of Mexico to find better quality of life. But we ensure that if they continue to migrate, which is a natural phenomenon in the countries, they can have the best possible services from Mexican authorities wherever they are. And if they want to come back, they have to know that we can support them through the agreements that are being created in the interagency working group. And we and we hope that they become state policies. We are trying to create a foundation so that public policies can be developed that are more feasible in the short, medium, and long term. For Mexico, of course, it's a relief that we have millions of dollars coming into the country from that, but the fact that we have remittances that they come from Mexicans that were forced to leave the country is not the best thing. However, we are working on this, and I believe it's a commitment not only from Mexico, but also from other countries. We want that migration does not happen due to financial or political causes, but for centuries we've had natural mobility, and through national development plans we work on supporting these needs. And thank you.
Please to answer this question if you can. I've seen that there is an extra question from the public. I would like to give them just to take an extra question. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Mr. Wilkes, you have the floor.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can
Mr.
hear.
Wilkes, you have the floor. Yes. If you wanted to try to keep your answer to 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yes, I will. In fact, I just wanted to mention that in our own case with migration, it's welcomed in some respects because we do not have full employment, and there are people with varied interests who want to travel. Others are pulled because of family reunification, and migration has been taking place in Jamaica for a very long time. So we have found that migration, for example, is very helpful in respect of our economic development in terms of trade. It is our migrant population that buy Jamaican goods. And so it is our migrant population that send back remittances, that come back to Jamaica to contribute to in terms of capital exchange, human capital exchange, technology, etc., and so on. So yes, it's desirable to try and prevent wholesale migration, but in our own experience, we've found it to be very, very helpful in a development context once we've been able to properly fuse development and migration. I think that nexus has been an important one which Jamaica has invested in quite heavily. So that's just my quick contribution to the discussion about migration. So we believe that it is helpful. In fact, we have many, many agreements that allow migrant labor to move and to send money back for family purposes and so on. So I'll rest my answer there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilkes. I really appreciate that. There would be a lot more to say from Jamaica. I appreciate you keeping the time. Veo que hay una pregunta más, si me permiten. Entonces.
I believe that there is one last question. One question just for one speaker, otherwise we won't be able to keep the time. Glenda Maradiaga from Honduras, a pleasure for me to be here and be able to learn and implement actions just like the ones that Mexico and El Salvador had presented. My question is for Hilda. I would like to know about the structure that you have implemented. How did you obtain the resources? I am sure that they were your own funds, but how did you find resources to address the topic of the diaspora? I imagine that you speak about the vice ministry and the directorate, correct? The organizational structure is what you mean. At the beginning, we had our own funds, so there was an internal restructuring of what was a vice ministry for Salvadorians abroad. The staff was reassigned to the new departments that we now have, in the Vice Ministry of Diaspora and Human Mobility. The vision change. We now prioritize the diaspora as a agent for development. And like the colleague from Mexico said, in our national development plan, we have incorporated this as a priority. Some of the programs require the support of organizations such as IOM or other cooperating agency, but mainly we have used our own funds. Well, I would like to thank all. I believe we can conclude our panel. It has been very interesting and many questions that I see that were in the participants' minds. Unfortunately, we have to close here. But I would like you to join me in thanking the speakers that shared with us the best practices in their countries, which I hope that can be encouraging for all the countries that are participating in our meeting. Thank you all. Thank you, Ms. Maquiavelo, as a moderator and members of the panel. Another round of applause. This has been a great. Now we conclude the first part of the forum this morning. Now I invite you to stand up so they can stretch out, and we are going to take a 10-minute coffee break through this room, through this right side of the room. No, on this side, we have a coffee break ready for you. Thank you.
Eso de 10 minutos, buen provecho, y en 10 minutos volvemos al salón para continuar con el foro de este día. Buen provecho.
Buenos días. Bueno, ya que hemos tomado.
Good morning. Now then that we had our coffee break, we're going to again for this next segment, we are going to speak about how to promote and build trust with the diaspora. And for this, Mr. Lema from IOM will be the moderator for this panel. Thank you very much. Good morning to all. It's a pleasure for me to be here in this opportunity of shared learning. My name is Lizeth Lema, and I have the pleasure of moderating session number 3, promote the participation of diaspora through the consolidation of trust relationships. We have 3 members of the panel for today. Alexandra Delano Alonso, Associate Professor of the New York School and responsible for we also have virtual presence of the Salvadorian Consul Guillermo Olivo in Woolbridge. And of course, we have Lara, who is joining here with me from Comité El Piche. Thank you very much. Welcome. And we hope that you all like the coffee break. I hope that we're now ready to begin this session. First of all, I would like to ask the members of the panel to introduce themselves and to share with us a little bit more about their career and what brings us here. I will ask Ever to introduce himself. Good morning to all. My name is Ever Lara. I am representing the Salvadorian Committee El Piche. I would like to share with you the work that we've done. A pleasure for me to be here. Good morning, Ever. Now, Guillermo Olivo, you can introduce yourself.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Un gusto saludarlos. Mi nombre es Guillermo Olivo, soy el cónsul general del consulado de Woodbridge, Virginia.
I am at the consulate in Woodbridge, Virginia, and of course, Alexandra Delano Alonso. Nice to meet you. Thank you for the invitation. I am researcher and professor in the New School University in New York. I have been working for many years in topics, relationships between the state and the diaspora for the case of Mexico and other Latin American countries. I apologize in advance. I will only be able to present and I cannot join you for a question and answers session. Thank you, Alexandra. And before we begin, and now that we know about the situation, I would like to say that we will ask our questions for the three members of the panel. And because of what Alexandra mentioned, I will start with her. We will start with the main question. This will be answered by the three members of the panel. What are the main resources that both governments and diaspora uses or could use to consolidate a trust relationship? I would like to ask Alexandra to start, and I will ask her a specific question. Thank you. There is a phrase that I believe is very important from a researcher that has worked in diaspora legitimacy, the policies to extract benefits or obligations from diaspora can only be sustained with rights. I think that this is something that we must take into account in the relationship between the state and the diaspora. There is an enormous diversity of groups in diaspora, and it's fundamental to acknowledge that they have different needs, different immigration status, and different capabilities they have, the different interests that they have, and they can go from the financial development and remittances. It can also be related with other kinds of interests, political and social and cultural, and what this means in terms of what the state can offer can mean different things. In the previous session, we mentioned that the state has different levels, so we cannot mention a state in a federal level, but also state, municipal, and possibilities, resources, and needs that vary depending on the state, the municipality, and the relationship that each one of them has with diaspora. So if we're going to speak about building trust, first we need to understand the characteristics that group of people has. What are their needs? What are the interests that they may have to engage with the country of origin? And then understand what are the agencies that could provide these resources, and try to think beyond the state and the multiple stakeholders. We could also talk about foundations and actors from the private sector that could strengthen resources and relationships. I believe that the most powerful examples that are related with a bottom-up approach from communities to the central government and have a multi-level participation. Not only the government, it has to do with the public and private agencies. And this is from the country of origin and the country of destination in Mexico. We have also seen participation from other countries, specifically Latin American, but also other countries that contribute to health or education programs. And I think that it strengthens the relationships between the state and the diaspora. They not only depend on the current administration or the consulate or embassy right now, they can have a long-term mechanism, and they can have a constant dialogue and accountability mechanisms as well.
Y siguiendo con la dinámica, ¿nos podrías
Thank you, Alexandra. Can you please share with us what are the mechanisms that diaspora can use, second and third generation, to strengthen dialogues with different stakeholders with the objective of continuing the trust relationships. For Mexico, there is a very interesting example, which is the Dreamers. These are irregular migrants that have mobilized to demand their different rights, both in the country of origin and the country of destination. I think that this group of the population has made it clear on one hand the differences that we have in the relationship that we have the first generation diaspora and what's possible with the second and third generation, or in this case, youth that have identified as a 1.5 generation. They are neither first or second. They were born in the country of origin, but they have lived them most of the time in their lives in the destination country. This can be a very interesting topic about how these groups of migrants have been able to identify the resources and capabilities that they have because they speak English or because they have a bilingual education and a bilingual culture, and how this can change the discourse and open doors for them both in the country of origin and the country of destination. How can we acknowledge these skills and not only saying that they are ambassadors of their country of origin? Many times the relationship with the country of origin is a lack of trust, or others because their grandparents or parents left the country in very difficult situations. But we have to understand what are the needs that these groups have and how the relationship is different with the country of origin, and the mobilization can be a driver to change the conditions in the country of origin. So what many of them have done, some from the US and others that have returned to the country of origin, El Salvador, Ecuador, or Mexico, is to start demanding that the principles that guide the strengthening of the relationships between the state and diaspora, acknowledgements of skills, for example, or resources at different levels, political and financial, are consistent with what is offered in the country of origin. This can be when they return, forced or otherwise. If if the state is not addressing the issues that forced them to leave in the first place. This discourse has been criticized by second and third generation, saying that they don't trust the governments that had regimes where there is corruption and impunity, and the remittances or financial resources are not used as the government promises that they will be used. How can they promise then that they will have certain conditions for the diaspora when these are not offered in the country of origin? So there is the potential of looking at these responsibilities not only as something that happens abroad and that have resources for things that happen abroad, but how can this be consistent and coherent with the infrastructure, the development and the growth in the country, and the change in the discourse of the countries of origin, where we not only see lack of consistency or lack of institutional development, but also a stigma of migrant populations, discrimination against them, which is similar to what they face in their country of destination. Mobilization, engagement, and participation of these second and third generation diaspora can be an engine, a driver to change the discourse for in-transit population, for return population, and for those abroad. Thank you, Alexandra. Would you like to mention something before we move on to the next speaker, because you will be leaving soon? This will be my final participation then. We will continue, but in the interest of time and based on your schedule, we would like to know. I have to leave in 10 minutes approximately, but I will be here listening to the discussion. I would like to take a few minutes to highlight when you mentioned truly the approach in rights is so important in this trust relationships, not only from an external knowledge perspective, but also internal are needs, the interest and the characteristics of diasporas in this dynamic of the governments, and also what you mentioned very clearly, we cannot speak only about federal government, which means central government, but also at different levels of the government. And also, you mentioned the importance of other actors, such as the private sector, and the importance of how in this dynamic of building trust, it is key to speak about accountability, and it's key to speak about a medium and long term and not only short term context, so that this relationship can take place, this relationship of trust, which is also supported by discourse that go beyond the territory, but include country of origin, country of destination, and also start to change imaginary settings in these conversations. I will now give the floor to Mr. Guillermo. Thank you. And I will ask you the same questions. What are all the main resources that both the governments and diaspora use or should use to consolidate trust relationships? You have the floor. Your microphone is muted, sir.
¿Hoy sí me escucha?
Yes, we can hear
Bueno,
you.
un saludo muy especial, estimada viceministra y
Greetings,
presidenta pro
Vice
tempore de la
Minister and pro tempore
CRM, Cindy Mariela
presidency
Portal. Un saludo también
RCM,
especial
Cindy
a
Mariela Portal.
Michelle Play,
Special greetings to
directora
Michelle
regional del
Klein,
OIM,
Regional
y a todo el
Director of
personal
IOM,
representante de los
and the
países
staff
miembros. Quiero
representing
decirles que para
member countries.
nosotros
I would like to
en
say
esta pregunta es muy importante y hemos estado
that
llevando
this
a cabo
question
un
is very
desarrollo
important,
que
and
tiene como punto de partida, es decir, responder a nuestra
we
diáspora
have been
salvadoreña,
working in
principalmente en nuestro gobierno
responding to
encabezado
our
por el presidente
Salvadoran
Nayib Bukele.
diaspora,
Uno de
especially the
los
administration of
principales
President Nayib
logros
Bukele.
es
One of the
constante
main
flujo de
achievements
información
is a
hacia las
constant flow of
comunidades,
information
activo
to the
uso de redes
communities,
sociales,
active use of
ampliación de los
social
servicios
network,
y
expanding
acercamientos. Creo que son tres
services.
puntos muy
I think that
importantes
these are
que
very
antes no se
important
daban y
points
que ahora
that
lo
before
estamos
we didn't
haciendo
have
para que
and that we do
nuestra
have now,
comunidad
so that
tenga
our
mayor comunicación.
community has
En cuanto a la mejora de
more
los servicios y
communication
atención,
regarding the
un valor
improvement of
agregado que se
services,
suma
added
a este
value
esfuerzo son las
that
jornadas
is part of this
extraordinarias
effort
y
are the
consulados
extraordinary
móviles, que
sessions
es
and
acercarles los
mobile
servicios a la
consulates,
comunidad.
which brings
Con esta
these
acción
services closer to the
cumplimos con el
community.
mandato del
With this
presidente
action,
Nayib
we meet
Bukele
the
de
mandate of
reducir
President
el
Nayib
tiempo
Bukele of
en los
reducing the
traslados a
amount
nuestros
of time
connacionales hacia las sedes
in
consulares.
that
Y
our
esto es
nationals
importante
take
porque
to
nos
go
permite
to
que nuestra
the
diáspora
establishments.
cuente con este
Our diaspora
documento
now
como lo es el
has a
pasaporte y el
document such
documento
as
único de
passport
identidad
and
de
national
manera
ID
instantánea.
instantly.
El pasaporte se vuelve un documento
The
primario
passport
dentro de
becomes
los
a
Estados Unidos,
primary
ya que
document in the
nuestra
United States
comunidad
because our
prácticamente se identifica con
community
un pasaporte. Y lo que nuestro gobierno ha hecho
uses a
es
passport, and
dar
what
el
our
procedimiento para
government did
acercar los
is
servicios y que no sea un sistema engorroso que venga a entorpecer
remove
que
all
un
proceedings that
compatriota
are
pueda tener su
cumbersome.
documento. Para los salvadoreños en el exterior,
For
el
Salvadorians
servicio,
abroad,
además de
the
hacerlo hoy
service,
cibernéticamente apoyado por todo lo que tiene que ver con
additionally
el
to
tema de todos
having
esos
this
canales informáticos, nos
service
lleva a
virtually,
dar un plus a la atención de cada uno de nuestros
we add
compatriotas en el
value to
exterior.
the service that we
Asimismo,
provide
se
to
suman a
our
este esfuerzo el
nationals
consulado
abroad.
virtual,
We
que
also
tiene
have
su
a
sede
virtual
en la
consulate,
Cancillería. Este es
which
un punto
is
de
in the
partida
Ministry of
muy
Foreign
importante e
Affairs. This
innovador
is
que
an
nuestro
important
gobierno ha
and
hecho,
innovative
encabezado desde
starting
la
point that our
Cancillería también,
government
donde hay dos canales muy importantes para que nuestros compatriotas se puedan comunicar. Uno es un número donde puede llamar directamente el 188-301-1130 y el portal de citas que puede ser otro de los canales importantes para que la comunicación que tengamos entre la comunidad sea fluida y sea también ordenada y que nos lleve a una mejor atención en el momento de que nuestros compatriotas nos visitan en nuestro consulado. La elaboración y entrega inmediata del documento único de identidad DUI nos permite que en el olvido quedaron aquellas históricas filas que venían nuestros compatriotas a tramitar su documento y regresaban en 20 días, 25 días. Exactamente, el presidente mandató a que se entregara inmediatamente ese documento. Hoy por hoy, nuestros compatriotas, nuestra diáspora, vienen a nuestro consulado, reciben su documento al instante y también pueden llevar su pasaporte si lo tienen vencido. Este es uno de los logros, es de estar cerca con la diáspora acá dentro de lo que es el circuito en Virginia y en todos los consulados de Estados Unidos. La legalización, además, por medio de plataformas digitales, que es un proyecto novedoso hoy por hoy, eso nos pone en primera fila de estar más cerca con nuestra comunidad. También pueden visitar todosmarket.gov.sb, que significa tener sus antecedentes penales en línea. Es decir, la comunidad ahora ya no tiene que venir a nuestras instalaciones, también va una descentralización de todo lo que tiene que ver con los trámites y esto permite hacer más eficaz el Estado, ser más eficaz el gobierno para poder dar un mejor servicio a la comunidad. Así empleamos los principales recursos de nuestro gobierno para nuestra diáspora que está acá en los Estados Unidos. Y esto es a través del liderazgo de nuestro presidente Nayib Bukele, de ponerle una visión a nuestro gobierno de poder dar proyectos innovadores que tengan que ver con la rapidez y al instante de tener los documentos de nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your intervention. Can you tell us from your experience what initiatives are there and are key to create this association between the diaspora and the consulate? Ensure participation of the diaspora in the development of the country.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Quiero decirles que me siento satisfecho de estar dando el servicio acá junto a nuestro gobierno con las posibilidades que estamos ahora, desarrollando el proyecto uniendo a la comunidad. Cuando digo uniendo a la comunidad, se me llena el corazón de alegría y rebosa, pues, porque estamos dando un servicio que hace unir a nuestra gente. Unir a la comunidad significa mucho, abrir el corazón para nuestra diáspora salvadoreña y que tengan la comunicación que necesitan para estar cerca de su país. Iniciativa que tiene como objetivo conectar la oficina del consulado con la comunidad salvadoreña. Una línea directa entre el cónsul general y los funcionarios y nuestra diáspora. ¿Qué significa una línea directa? No solo de trabajo, sino de comunicación. Porque en esos equipos que se forman tienen nuestro número directo de teléfono del funcionario en el cual nuestros compatriotas pueden comunicarse. Con los equipos comunitarios que se irán formando en cada ciudad de los Estados Unidos, a la fecha llevamos formados 3 equipos de trabajo, entre ellos Richmond, Fredericksburg, Harrisonburg y recientemente este sábado acabamos de formar el equipo en Charlottesville con el propósito de estrechar, fortalecer los vínculos de todos estos equipos con su consulado, con la representación del gobierno. ¿Cómo se hace todo el desarrollo de todas estas asambleas? Desde el mes de febrero del presente año hemos venido programando asambleas comunitarias para desarrollar agendas vinculadas en importantes temas de interés comunitario donde participan entre otros líderes comunitarios, empresarios y toda la comunidad. ¿Cómo se desarrollan estas asambleas? Tocamos diferentes temas de interés comunitario preguntas y respuestas, y entre la comunidad hay una elección democrática para elegir un equipo de 7 a 9 personas, las cuales van a representar a cada una de estas ciudades importantes, una coordinación directa con nuestro consulado. El programa que nosotros tenemos en estas asambleas y cuál es lo novedoso de estar cerca de la comunidad y conectarnos con el país son los temas de vinculación estratégica para el país, gestión humanitaria, que es el corazón de este programa uniendo a la comunidad, trámites consulares, arte y cultura, el deporte y el voto en el exterior, que son puntos importantes que se desarrollan en cada uno de estos temas, en los cuales nuestras comunidades anteriormente estuvieron olvidadas y que ahora nuestro gobierno encabezado por el presidente Nayib Bukele abre la apertura de que los compatriotas en el exterior sean escuchados, que su gobierno esté más cerca de estas comunidades. En el tema de cómo se dirigen estas asambleas es el cónsul, mi persona, con el líder comunitario y la sistematización de todo esto que se discute en las asambleas es con los líderes comunitarios y mi persona para sistematizar todo lo que se ha discutido. Los temas de vinculación, promover procesos de desarrollo sustentable basados en participación de la comunidad, igualdad de género, fomento de la cooperación, atracción y promoción comercial, coordinación con nuestra sede que es la Cancillería. Esto es importante. Hay salvadoreños que ya están listos para ir a invertir a nuestro país. Si nosotros no salimos de este círculo de las 4 paredes del consulado y no vamos más allá de nuestras fronteras, no nos damos cuenta que hay salvadoreños exitosos que están esperando la oportunidad para hacer grande nuestro país y poder invertir. Creación de alianzas que permitan desarrollar el potencial y talento salvadoreño en los siguientes aspectos. Estamos trabajando para ver el tema de los trabajadores temporales, las becas, inversión, exportación e importación. Los salvadoreños ahora tienen la posibilidad de comunicarse en esta vía directa con los funcionarios para hacer posible todo esto que estamos discutiendo. Los temas de gestión humanitaria, que es el corazón que tiene este proyecto, son claramente en el tema de una asistencia a los salvadoreños gravemente enfermos, física o mentalmente, repatriaciones de cadáveres, detenidos, albergues y procesos de deportación, localizaciones y otros que garanticen los derechos humanos de nuestros compatriotas en el exterior. Esto, el tema humanitario, es el punto de partida que tiene este programa, porque estamos más cerca cuando fallece un familiar, cuando una persona está enferma y dice, no puedo recibir mi tratamiento porque no tengo un pasaporte vigente. Tenemos la posibilidad de llegar hasta la casa y llevarle el documento para que esta persona pueda seguir sus tratamientos en un hospital. Los trámites consulares son de importancia. Presentación de los diferentes canales de comunicación, consulados móviles y jornadas extraordinarias que hoy nos permiten llevarle el pasaporte ahí a la comunidad, a la ciudad donde viven nuestros compatriotas. El tema de arte y cultura es otro de los fuertes importantes en este programa de Uniendo a la Comunidad. ¿Por qué de importancia? Porque no tenemos que perder nuestras raíces, de dónde venimos, nuestra identidad. Y es por eso que vamos a desarrollar intercambios culturales, talleres virtuales, como ahora lo estamos haciendo, para desarrollar programas de vinculación cultural con toda la comunidad y que nuestras nuevas generaciones, los salvadoreños que nacen acá en los Estados Unidos, tengan la posibilidad de conocer nuestra cultura y nuestra identidad. Temas de interés deportivo. Fortalecer programas de intercambio deportivos es uno de los principales puntos de este programa. En vinculación con el Instituto Nacional de los Deportes y las federaciones deportivas. Tenemos muchos hijos de salvadoreños que nacen en los Estados Unidos y no permitir que no tengan ese vínculo sería un pecado. Pero ahora con este programa vamos a vincular a los hijos de los salvadoreños que nacen, que son la nueva generación, con el país para que puedan practicar un deporte y sean incluidos. El voto en el exterior. Hoy nuestra diáspora tendrá la oportunidad de elegir a sus gobernantes. Una propuesta impulsada para facilitar y dar las herramientas por años que se les negaron a nuestra comunidad para que pueda elegir cuáles son los destinos de nuestro país. Y nuestro presidente de la República, Nayib Bukele, ha sido uno de los principales actores de darle voz y voto a nuestros salvadoreños acá en el exterior. En resumen, este año el Consulado General de Woodbridge, Virginia, ha innovado el programa Uniendo a la Comunidad. Como ya expuse anteriormente, una iniciativa de trabajo que involucra a nuestra diáspora con el propósito de conocer sus necesidades e inquietudes, además que se sienta parte por medio de su participación en el desarrollo de nuestro país. Es decir, que se sienta parte del desarrollo de nuestro país. Antes no se sentía parte del desarrollo. Ahora le estamos dando la palabra con el derecho a elegir. El próximo evento Uniendo a la Comunidad lo tenemos en la comunidad de Williamsburg, donde vamos a estar llevando a cabo la 5ª asamblea para formar otro equipo de salvadoreños y salvadoreñas que puedan tener esa comunicación, el vínculo con su consulado y enchuflarnos con el gobierno. En resumen, este mecanismo tiene como propósito estrechar aún más los lazos y así como hacer más dinámico la participación de las relaciones que se mantienen con la diáspora en acciones concretas que les sean de beneficio. Asimismo, se buscan fortalecer los equipos comunitarios para garantizar la protección y asistencia de los connacionales en situaciones vulnerables para garantizar el respeto a sus derechos. Es así como nace este proyecto Uniendo a la Comunidad, que nos está enlazando con cada uno de nuestros compatriotas y la alegría que da levantar esta banderita de nuestro querido país, El Salvador, que nos une a escucharles, a sentirles y a resolver los problemas juntos de nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Solve the problems of the community together. Thank you. Thank you for your participation. I want to go back to one of your points. You mentioned the need to maintain constant information, effective information, and to give quality services, effective services to create relationships of trust. And the work, formation of teams, and to bring something more than traditional services, and to have a view of sustainable development, alliances, and things like temporary workers programs, where we have a direct link with the country of origin, and we usually look at it from the traditional perspective, but we also want to include cultural and sports initiatives, because then we can create trust and relationships and identity, and the capacity to be engaged, to feel a part of the country. So I would like to thank you. I will go to the next speaker, but please remain online for the questions. Ever, thank you for being with us. We will continue with the main question. What are the main resources that both the government and the diaspora use to build mutual trust? Diaspora plays an important role in society because Our compatriots, they always look at the country. We want to help the people who stayed here. A relationship of trust between the diaspora and the government is important because this helps. Some people want the intention to help, but they don't know the channel. So this trust would allow us to work together. I've lived that experience in terms of how to maintain these relationships of trust. You can speed up paperwork when you need humanitarian aid for people in the country who are in need. This lets you speed up those processes, and that the help comes quickly to people. So the diaspora gets involved and finds the means to bring this help. I know people who have been abroad for a long time and they don't find a way to help. There are no proper channels. So this will help to get the diaspora involved. In my experience, I've been in both sides. I've been residing here in the country, but I've been spending time with the diaspora and to understand how they want to help. And when they see that the government has those guarantees, transparency, adequate mechanisms for the help, they don't hesitate to help. And I present initiatives to the Salvadoran Committee Piche, and this allowed us to bring this help to those in need. It's important to keep all this. The paperwork should be fast, and we have to be close to them, to the government officers, so that our compatriots inside and outside the country have access to these aids. And we've been working for 27 years since 1995. We work with the government. The government is a main actor so that these things take place. We need the government to bring all this help to the communities. We've been working in all the departments of the country, and we have brought projects that, thanks to our brothers abroad, we send containers with a lot of humanitarian aid. Diaspora organizations get this resources aid, and over here we take it to the final destination. We have to have an organization behind us, because this generates trust in people. We've had the help of countries such as Mexico, Honduras. When they see an opportunity to help, they do it because they know that we can, and that we are working hand in hand with the diaspora and the government, so that we can bring the help that is so much required. We've had a lot of events that affected the country, such as earthquakes, hurricanes, and the diaspora got together and helped. And this organization has been important, but we have to have the support of the government. Thank you. Tell us, from your perspective, what are the main challenges that the diaspora is facing to fund their initiative and to ensure the impact of the project. What are the main challenges of the diaspora for funding and to develop projects? In my experience, the biggest challenges that we have are to have an organization that can help to execute this project, because I cannot just say I am going to help. Sometimes we know what are the needs there, but we don't know how to help. We need to know the proper channel, the channels through which I'm going to send help. Sometimes you don't have a legal support to do that. So we have to find the right channels so that there is transparency, so that we see that the projects are being executed properly and that the help comes to the people who really need it. So this is a big challenge to find those channels, and with the help of the institutions that are working on this project. It's important so that the diaspora finds those proper channels, and we as the Beaches Committee, we have worked on that, and we've had support of many institutions and organizations for our project. We brought a presentation where we wanted to present some project because we want you to know how the diaspora can work with our government officers and to bring help to the communities. Tomorrow we will have the visit. This visit where we've executed a lot of projects. Our compatriots started a group of people who wanted to work for the country. They never forgot about their origin, and they started to work in many activities to collect funds to help people in need, and they built a road. They could build it, and now we have a paved road. We have medical clinics, sports areas. We are working on a school. This is for you to see what I'm saying. Thanks to our diaspora, there was a help committee. The committee receives help from many organizations in the US. We also support music and arts. In 2013 and in 2020, we had a participation in the Rose Parade, and this is very important because it opens up spaces and opportunities for youngsters to get involved in arts and music, and that they represent our country. We can bring our colors and culture outside of our borders. This is part of the help. In healthcare, we have provided hospital supplies, and this is through the processes that we do through the government. We've brought aid to hospitals, communities, people who need a wheelchair. We have part of the work that the diaspora does. We bring containers with a lot of aid, like medical supplies, uniforms for kids doing sports. we work with containers. We have people who donate these sports uniforms, and we get to all the corners of the country. We've worked from east to west, and you can see how we cover the needs of many children who needed space to practice sports, music, arts. We help the community with projects to promote community work, and we've had environmental programs that involve the community. Sometimes the communities don't know how to organize themselves for their own benefit. This is the work that we do. We bring this help to the communities for their local development. And as I said, we are working on this mega project. It's an agreement with the beach organization. We are building this school. We will see the stage of the construction, and you can see the work that we have been doing for 9 years. We've had certain initiatives from the diaspora, the help of the Ministry of Education. In 2009, we placed the first stone for the construction, and due to the pandemic, we only have 80% of progress, and that this will benefit 16 communities from the area. Youngsters only had one school, but here they will have even a high school with classrooms ready to receive classes in a way that it's like a model, because very few places have a school where you have kindergarten all the way to high school, and they don't have to go out of the community to have access to education and to get ready to go to university. So the work that the diaspora and the government do is important. This is an example on how we get organized, NGOs and government entities. We can execute many projects.
Thank you for that rounding call. The presentation, and thank you for showing us how this was applied or implemented. I would like to highlight what you explained about trust, how to do it. Well, first with streamlining processes, simple process, expedite processes. And you also mentioned how we can make all the actions transparent, and also what we lack is also important to know for this relationship with trust. Understanding who is the diaspora, a group of people that are organized, and there is, of course, an opportunity for improvement, but also there is a need to have the necessary support to do effective implementation. And you just show this, but you will be able to see tomorrow this. Now we move to questions and answers, where we are a little bit behind schedule, but we still would like to have the opportunity of asking questions. I would like to know if someone from the audience would like to ask a question.
No tenemos preguntas.
There are no questions. Okay.
Si nos ayudan activando el micrófono.
Muchísimas gracias a los tres ponentes, de veras muy
Thank you for your presentations. I was interested in the participation of our colleague from El Piche, Ever. I was glad to see all the proactive relationship between diaspora and government institutions in your region. It seems that it is an example that we should follow. I would like to know, can you elaborate a little bit more on the type of contribution from the diaspora and what was the contribution of the local government institutions? I want to find out if there is a relationship between what Mexico did a few years ago, some decades ago, 2 for 1, 3 for 1. Diaspora contributes with 1, the Ministry of Education 1, and similar to what happened in Mexico, the central government, the federal government contributes with 1 and the local government with 1. This is why we call it 3 for 1. I would like to know if there is. You said that you have been doing this for 30 years or more, but now this is becoming part of the institutions. What do you think? Thank you for your question. In the project that I was just showing, in the school project, we've had a relationship. The committee donated the land for the construction and all the technical studies, and the Ministry of Education is building the school. So here we have a relationship between the organization and the government in order to execute this project. Again, the land was provided so that the school is built. Thank you. You answered the question. I was interested in saying, in knowing if this is a relationship that will continue, and I believe it will, and if the contribution is in equal parts. It's the same. Yes, we're working on that. The committee, El Piche, is responsible for engaging the diaspora and for them to provide support. And we're working on agreements to formalize this with the Ministry of Education in order to execute it. So we are working for it to become part of the institutions. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have another question before closing the session? Well, tomorrow I am sure that you will have additional questions after seeing this with your own eyes. So this is how we close the session. Thank you, Guillermo, Eder, and thank you for sharing with us your perspective on how to build trust relationships and showing us that if we work together, we can do more. Thank you. Thank you. We are now going to take our lunch break, and we will be back at 1:30 to start with the next session, which will be a presentation made by Larissa Lara on capitalization of the contribution made by diaspora and going beyond remittances. So we hope to have you back at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Bueno, ahora sí vamos a dar inicio a la.
Now we will begin the fourth session about capitalization of the contribution of the diaspora beyond the remittances. I am pleased to present Mrs. Larissa Lara. She is a doctor in immigration from Paris University and doctor in political science from Vieja University. She holds migration master from Oxford University and a master in conflict, security and development from King College London. Larissa has worked on different migration, development and security projects at the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime and in the United Nations Development Program. She is currently in charge of the diaspora program and serves as a focal point expert on global diasporas at the headquarters of the International Organization for Migration in Geneva. She has published a number of academic articles exploring the contributions of diasporas in multiple sectors such as social, political, and cultural. Let's welcome Larissa. Good afternoon. I have the most problematic time of the day, but let's enjoy it because the issue of diasporas has been a priority for many years. I've shared the table with some colleagues from Costa Rica, and I hope we can discuss a lot more to make diasporas a factor for development.
Perfecto. La siguiente, por favor. Perfecto. No, la anterior.
This afternoon, we will talk about three main points. First of all, I will present briefly the strategy of IOM because we have discussed it and the Mexican representation made reference to this strategy, but this is something very important and that we believe a lot on because we are tying ties with the diaspora. Then I will talk about the tools that we have developed in IOM globally. And finally, the potential of the cultural capital, which is huge. And we will see points that without this cultural capital, it is impossible to create programs for diasporas. Before we begin, I would like to highlight the importance of the World Agreement for Migration. This is one of the main objectives in diasporas because it is referred to creating mechanisms for maximizing their potential as development actors, but we want to do it in a sustainable manner. This is very important. We don't only have to think about one government supporting, but we have to emphasize that this type of program has to be present throughout the years. And we will see the power of governments who can promote this type of program.
Muchas gracias.
The first point is the capital of diasporas. They are not only sending remittances, they have a social, cultural, political, economic capital, and also human capital. So it is important to always think about all the benefits that diasporas represent for the origin and for the destination countries. This is important because we can adjust or tailor the programs and design them to achieve all these challenges that we have. Briefly, the strategy of IOM is to involve, enable, and empower diasporas. These are important pillars to know the capitals that represent the interests and motivations of the diasporas. They are very diverse. We have different interests. We vote for different parties. So this same mindset is in the diasporas. The difference in social capital, gender, etc., will help us understand the population that we are serving and that the public policies are relevant for this. I will present a couple of tools that we have developed in IOM with the support of the government and colleagues nationally, locally, and they will be of your interest because in the point we were discussing mapping, and we've been able to develop a particular tool about that subject. In April, we published the Diaspora Mapping Toolkit, which is based on 150 studies made by IOM. This toolkit, which is over 400 pages, has been very successful in Ecuador and Senegal, and it gathers expertise on the field thanks to the colleagues who implemented this exercise. We worked hand in hand with experts from the academia and with governments. I just want to emphasize that this is an unbelievable exercise that is very important, and it's important to have solutions from multiple actors. These give us a concrete idea of what we have to do. When we are negotiating and we have different points of view, we can achieve a lot more. And we will have a multi-stakeholder approach. We are very happy to present a tool that benefit from this framework. Quickly, we have this toolkit with 4 components. The first is a step-by-step guide to map the diaspora. This was achieved thanks to experts who were on the field working with the government and the diaspora members. And the most important thing is that we did it step by step. It includes analysis, tips, do's, don'ts, and even ethical aspects. So it's a very holistic tool and applicable in all contexts. This was one of our main ambitions in this. The second part is the main module. It contains information relevant for all the countries about the diaspora. Key questions to understand social demographical aspects in general. If a government is interested in getting to know more about economic, social aspects, they can apply the next module. That is why we develop questions for the interest of the person who is going to apply it. And the last part would be the specific and methods modules. We go in depth in qualitative and quantitative and secondary methods. We present data and analysis that we can do through technology and through artificial intelligence. We think that it is important to present all this information so that governments and people in public policy making, they can have tools that apply to their needs, to their contexts. And this is what we try to do with this methodology. As you can see, this visual is quite complex, but this is just the step-by-step guide, the part number 1 about the studying and mapping of diasporas, and we can see all the decisions that we have to make. We have to understand who are we speaking to, where are we going to collect the data, in what city, because we cannot do a complete mapping exercise, and we have to justify the methods, and we will have to respect the limitations. With this mapping and reflections, it is possible to make a more concrete analysis, considering the limitations that we will have. This is the first tool that I wanted to present. This is the second tool. It is ready and published in Spanish. Contributions and accounting. As we saw, remittances are important, and migrants support origin and destination countries with their money, but through tourism, through businesses that they open up, and through many other ways to contribute economically and financially. So based on this guide, we present 6 concrete steps with different case studies and 13 practical tools in order to measure those contributions that are not necessarily easy to measure, but we are making progress on how to obtain the data in order to understand the link with these development agents, which are diaspora. The tool that I want to present is one that we have developed with the support of many people. And I am pleased to present this because we have made a lot of progress. This is the iDiaspora platform, which is free of access, and we can share more practices globally. We haven't mentioned one of the problems. We have mentioned trust, but there is another interesting problem in the diaspora leaders nationally. When there are leaders, and let's take a concrete case, from Mexico, and I don't mean to offend anyone. When the diaspora is abroad, there can be different leaders, and those leaders might have differences. So this can fragment the diaspora. Mexicans in the US could learn from the French who live in China, from the Korean who lives in Japan. So the idea is to elevate a dialogue and good practices at a global level. Concretely, because of COVID, we organized 3 global events where we invited all diasporas, and it was incredible to see how on a crisis situation they responded very quickly, and we will have a publication of 50 best practices to respond to this crisis. So we don't only have to have local tools, but also national, regional, and global tools. So we have the power to decide how to access this resource. We just have to get it. And based on that, we can channel efforts to understand their needs. Briefly, in our platform, we have 1,021 leaders or members of diaspora organizations globally. So as we can see, they are all over. And one of the most interesting tools of our platform is a map. The map is on the screen, and with the platform, what we try to do is to focus on the user who is the diaspora member. We have a lot of questions to understand their interests, talents, aspirations, characteristics, the resources that they have, and the networks and contacts. The diaspora members, if he is a leader, he has contacts, which is very important for mapping. And we want to diversify those entry points to locate more diaspora members. We have many tools that we have developed in 2020. For instance, iDiaspora was recognized as a good practice of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we have many manuals to use the platform. And also we have a series of 10 videos where we had interviews with diaspora members, governments, members of the academia, and people from international organizations to have this global view on why is this important, why we have to invest in programs for the diaspora with a long-term view. We always have to keep this long-term vision. I talked about the interactive map. This is one of the most used tools in the platform. Here, I will just present some screenshots. We did that based on the study presented this morning. And we have 1,300 registered organizations. And from El Salvador, we have 127. So as we can see, it's a simple way to visualize the organizations registered. One more point before we go to the next slide. We have to have a vision that not everybody will be registered as a member of diaspora. Some members will just add a Facebook group, and this is also integrated to the way we work. So this is another complex aspect, but it's important to be aware of this type of things that happen at a local level, because it helps to create tools that really work. I will present a cultural capital because I know that my colleagues will talk about other capitals, but I am very honest. This is the main capital. The culture is the glue that binds together the diasporas. If we don't love the country, we won't come back and invest and get involved. And for sustainability and for second and third generations, if we don't invest in a cultural capital, in the love for the country, they will not come back or invest. So this is the glue and fuel of the links that we may have with the diasporas. I will present 4 strategies. They are not the only ones, but they are the ones we think are most relevant. We have good practices in many countries, and today they presented many good examples of them. The first is ascendance and belonging. These type of programs that promote a closer relationship with the country of origin, preservation of the language, promotion of cultural patrimony, and calendars and cultural celebrations. About ascendance and belonging, the governments, they are investing in diasporas because of their diplomatic capital, what we call soft and smart power. Diasporas they are also ambassadors of our own country. So it's important to recognize this because this diaspora member can get closer to continue to promote collaboration with that country. Another point that I discussed, for any program that we may have, it's necessary to understand their gender and interests. In terms of second and third generation, it's very important because they might not access the same resources, and there are many new ways in which generations are getting closer to their place of origin and destination through digital media. So that is important to be recognized and to maximize those resources which are quite inexpensive. In terms of course, it's one of the most evident ways in which you feel you belong to a culture, to a country. And there's something very important that I would like to mention. It's to think regionally. The capital that Latin America and Central America has as a region is extraordinary. We speak the same language, we communicate in the same way. And when abroad, when we listen to Spanish, we don't care which country it is, as long as it's Latin America. So those links are very important, and we should not forget about it, because many interesting activities can happen at the Latin American level around this. So I would like to say that about the power of the language. It's a pleasure to speak in Spanish and to present this in Spanish, and all these countries are here and we understand each other. I mentioned about young people and digitalization, and something else we have to consider is the protection of data and security of platforms. The protection, data protection regimes are not the same. In Europe, data is much more protected than in other parts of the world. So we have to consider these digital regimes that are being launched for this type of digital links.
Next one would be promoting cultural heritage. We had to say that these are diaspora represents us. They are ambassadors of culture, and it is interesting to acknowledge and recognize the different kinds of interests that they have. It can be art, food, sports, and the more we recognize the talent that we see, then more activities we will have with diasporas. During lunch, I was talking with colleagues from Costa Rica that Costa Rican are united by soccer. This is where we see the way they understand each other, how diaspora creates their own dynamics with their colleagues or compatriots. All these levels of social activities are important. Maybe we do not think of this in a systematic way, but we need to understand these dynamics. We need empathy. This is what we require for the success of the programs. And finally, something about the long term, which I would like to highlight. Why invest in cultural capital? During the first years, we will not see the investment, but this is the glue and the fuel, and that is crucial. As time goes by, plant seeds the love for our country, because then this can become tourism or remittances or others. It goes beyond cultural capital. it may have an impact in other areas. This is about the calendars of cultural celebrations. There are countries that have created special days for the diaspora. Georgia is one of these countries, and yesterday I had the opportunity of visiting areas in El Salvador. There is a great social culture. There is a pupusa day, and all of these national examples are wealth. And this is how we attract the diaspora. Dia de Muertos is what we have in Mexico. And I know that all of your countries have special days that can attract diaspora. And we already mentioned that the relevance of the private sector. This is very interesting, and I think that we have to attract the private sector. But if we think about the sectors that we mentioned before, such as sports, I am sure that you are already thinking in possible allies in sports, so we can bring together these resources, create alliances in order to promote diaspora activities in all different areas of development. And finally, we must not forget when we are away from home, remember the smell of our food, the flavor of our culture. And especially we want to do this in a fun way. So consider that diaspora, whenever they are investing their time in activities or investing in their countries, this is not only out of love, it has to be attractive for them. So more and more, especially for second and third generations, we are investing in photograph competition, poetry contests, and we need to be creative to attract members of diaspora. Thank you. Thank you, Larissa, for your presentation. For me, as a colleague of yours, it's a great opportunity to be able to be here. We had been working virtually only. I am glad that you had to present this cultural contribution, this topic, because you said this, and truly it's like planting seeds. From our side, cooperation side, sometimes we want to support these projects or initiatives. We did this in El Salvador. Sometimes we find challenges or difficulties to find resources to support these activities is in the last place. And I am glad that you said that this was the main topic. And diasporas are truly pioneers. It's not only if we speak the same language, but if we share any other interests such as dancing, singing, or sports, how can we present better arguments, to present proposals, arguments, to understand the importance of cultural contributions? Is subjective, really, because it brings back people to their roots, or how do they feel about the country even if they weren't born. We spoke about pupusas and maize to understand if we like this food or not. It is not something that we mobilize resources for. And in the panel this morning, many initiatives in the cultural side were mentioned. So this is my concern. Definitely, I think that this is one of the issues. First of all, I think that we need to create awareness among the people. If you through sociological studies, we know that we want acknowledgement and sense of belonging. We are not fulfilled if we don't have this. And it's because we have a link to our country of origin. These types of dialogues and forums are fundamental to raise awareness about the power of culture and power of the sense of belonging. Another example is, I know that there are colleagues interested in transnational politics. It goes beyond the vote. Is the party in my PhD. I had the opportunity of see how Mexicans vote from abroad. Yes, they are going to vote, but they sing the national anthem, they eat and they dance, and they party. And this is information from a study. It's so important to understand this. If we don't have the cultural side of this, it's important to create a real link. And this is what we want when we live abroad. The first thing that we need to do is create awareness, and secondly, think in the long term. Show that if we invest in culture, then we will have other returns or benefits. I completely agree with you. And in practice, whenever we can include a cultural element. It's valuable, truly valuable. And we need to exploit the richness and the wealth of the region. It's impressive, really. I have been living in Europe for 10 years, and we do not have the divisions that they have in Latin America. We have more to look into. Good afternoon. My name is Silvia. I work in National Council of Coffee. We are working with the diaspora, with the policies in the commercial policy in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We've had excellent results with events that I wanted to share with all of you. Due to the pandemic, we have been using all digital services. We've had events of how to prepare coffee. We have baristas here, and we have been preparing coffee, and we have been able to connect an incredible number of Salvadorians from Vancouver. Where can I get coffee from El Salvador? How can I do this and how can I do that? So that commercial relationship was enhanced and increased because we saw Salvadorians in different countries. On June 28th, we will have another event for the diaspora in Barcelona with Consul that will be an art and coffee night. A night of art and coffee. It would be a great event. Coffee. It's a tradition, and we have already defined each one of the coffee regions. We have a profile, and we let them know, we share this with them. We say that we guarantee the quality of our coffee, and we hope that this is also a success. We did this with Russia and Australia. We've had different events with the diaspora in each one of these countries, and truly, I am pleased to say that this has been so successful. It has been a commercial and a cultural success. Two things. Congratulations, first of all. And secondly, I love that you said barista 10 years ago. We didn't mention that word. We live in a globalized world in the end. So how can we attract people that are in Vancouver, US, also making reference to the culture that they have? We have to take these two into account when we use that kind of language. They are already aware of this language. They already know it. So we have a long way to go, but we need to underline the two cultures. And I also wanted to highlight that in the end, a cultural event, well, that's not the conclusion of it. We had the pleasure of meeting each other, and this is when we start creating relationships, and that is networking, which leads in turn to successful programs. We are also working with labor mobility program. Our baristas are becoming special people, so to speak, because they're creating a coffee and the latte is different. These countries that have all the necessary technology, they still do not have people who are really knowledgeable. So we are training baristas both in enhancing their skills to create new methods, and also we are training them in the language. So this is going hand in hand. We're talking with Canada and the United States. We have signed an agreement with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to strengthen this as well.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, thank you. Alexander Castañeda from El Salvador. I have a question. How do you measure the impact that you have in second and third generations in this program called Soft Power, this diaspora program? How do you measure the impact that you are able to achieve in second and third generations? And how are you able to determine how successful are you with these people that were not born in Mexico, and how strong are the links with those members of diaspora? I will try to answer in a specific way, but the impact is always difficult to measure in all studies because we need to have the objectives, so it will depend on the program. I can speak about one example. In the last slide, I showed a photograph contest. This was to invite second and third generation. This is a very specific example. The objective was to have 100 registrations. And this is how we were able to measure the impact of the proposal. This is linked to the objectives of each project. The question would be the impact on what? So if we want second and third generation, if we want to get them to vote, then we need specific measurements on how members of second and third generation are voting, because in general, it's very difficult to answer. We make many efforts to engage more these generations, second and third, but truly the impact we would have to ask ourselves regarding what, and this is based on the objectives of the project. Another example that I may share is Israel. They have a program where they invite people that Israeli descent. They invite them to visit their country of origin. They can spend some weeks there and they can talk to local people, and the impact there is that we are planting seeds. The interesting about second and third generation maybe is that this Israeli that go back to the United States, and maybe 2 years go by and they are not engaged, but something happens in Israel, like an earthquake, and then they are engaged. So we need to plant seeds because we don't know when the diaspora will be involved, especially second and third generations. This would be my answer. Focus on the project. One, what are we measuring? And secondly, think in long term. The impact may have consequences in future years and not specifically in the first year. If the question is about strategies and how to engage second and third generation, the answer again would be go to the cultural part of it and understand what's attractive for these young people. What are they looking for with their friends? What are they sharing in social networks? Who are they following? Trying with all of the information, trying to attract them to a specific program or project. I hope I answered your question. Good afternoon, Larissa. It's a pleasure. I am from Honduras, and my question is the following. I would like to know what would be your recommendation. I know that you are passionate about the topic of diaspora, but what would be your recommendation for the region so that we can request this support those countries that are part of RCM? What would be your recommendation to move forward and support SDG number 9? Based on your experience, we would like to know how to do it because we can present the project. True, but it could have an impact if we do it in the region and not if we do it just one country. Thank you for your question. I think that one of the recommendations, something that I've seen is that all countries present here have strengths. And for example, we were talking with our colleagues from Costa Rica, how proud they are about their health system. So I think these best practices are to be shared in country, to take it then to share it with the diaspora. We need the soft power is the branding of each country. We have many interesting examples. Mexico, the 3 for 1, 2 for 1. And from Costa Rica, they told me how important it is to mention the legal framework of their country, bring together all these best practices nationwide and then take it to the next level, international level. This is how I see the wealth of the region, also the language. In the morning, we talked about health units, and we already have regional initiatives in the US. So I think that if we work together with this Latin American branding would make a lot of sense. Thank you. A round of applause. Larissa, thank you for your presentation.
Y ahora le pasaré el micrófono a mi colega Heidi González.
Now, Heidi González will explain the next session. To change the way we have been working, we wanted to include in the forum, and I stay here because I'm trapped between cables. We wanted to include in this session working groups, but not the traditional working groups. We are going to stay here in the room and we are going to take our numbers 1 through 4 each table, and we're going to work in 4 only. This is called World Cafe. This is the name of the activity. Well, if you want to get a cup of coffee, this would be the time to do it. We are going to work in 4 groups, and we are going to use these 4 tables in the center of the room. So the hotel staff will help us with the glass of water. This will be group number 1, number 2, number 3, and this one here at the center, number 4. So according to the number that I have, I will go to that table. My colleagues will work with me, and each table will have an easel, and we're going to give you markers. It has we have a question, and these questions are related to country of origins and countries of destination. In each table, we are going to work. Next slide, please. We have 4 tables, and each one has a starting question. Once Well, we heard the presentation this morning, Larissa. Now we're going to focus on social and economic areas, and we're going to think about this in groups. And the idea is that we can create a number of recommendations and also taking into account the final question, what can we do in the region? Well, after listening to all of these interesting experiences, we're going to have some specific ideas. My colleagues from IOM will help and support each working group. You have to appoint one person that will be the rapporteur at the end. The World Cafe is about this. You will have between 7 and 10 minutes per table. You take the ideas and you rotate, and we are going to rotate to the left clockwise. We are assigning numbers.
3, 4. La colega de azul, 1, 2. Vamos con esta mesa de aquí. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Allá al fondo, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2 y 3. Perfecto. Entonces, bien, ahora sí vamos a colocar acá la mesa, aquí. Mesa 1, mesa 2 allá, mesa 3 y mesa 4. Entonces, ustedes se van a ubicar según el número que les tocó.
Depending on the number that you have been assigned, you will go to that working group. We can use our masks if we want to. And this exercise is going to be dynamic, so I'm going to move right now, and I'm also going to wear the mask to help you out with the questions, and also to assign the rapporteur for each one of the tables. Going to rotate, moving from working group 1 to working group 2.
Que nos acompañan de manera virtual.
People who are joining us virtually, we have the questions on screen. These are the questions that are being discussed in the working group. If you would like to participate, you can share your comments in the chat box. Please letting us know what question is your contribution. We encourage all of those that are joining us virtually that you can talk to us through the chat box.
Vamos a ir cerrando el ejercicio y por tema de tiempo ya
we are about done with the exercise, and in the interest of time, we will not be able to rotate through all tables. I know that you are very passionate about this, and we have one person assigned to be the speaker of the group. If that is the case, we're going to stop the exercise, and now we're going to present. We're going to start table number 1. Can you please read the question, and you can share the ideas that you have discussed.
Please say your name.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon. I'm Walter Torres. As a speaker of table 1, we have to talk about, we have to answer question number 1. What actions could be promoted by the governments to potentiate the link of the diaspora with local development in communities of origin? As group number 1, we wrote that the link that we are trying to maintain through digital means to keep in touch with the communities of migrants and the communities of origin through projects, development projects, and linking them through digital means, they have to have projects with projection to their communities so that they can contribute to it. As a group one, we wrote that we have to develop local agendas of development through technical, economic, and productive trainings towards the diaspora, such as trainings for these communities, also experiences and good practices that you can disseminate among the diaspora communities that could be replicated. Also, generation of co-development projects and attachment, generating attachment in these communities, and also entrepreneur fairs as an incentive so that the diaspora communities can get closer. This is what we discussed in table 1. Thank you. We will listen to table number 2. Table 2, the question says, what initiatives, structural initiatives that these institutions, legislation, financial programs could be proposed by destination countries to potentiate the economic capital of the diaspora? The answer is expedited processes for commercial projects, structure of the legal framework, regulations, more competent institutions, strengthening of the culture of the diaspora, awareness and the cultural knowledge, participation of the private sector and national sector in initiative, credit lines for migrants to potentiate their economic capital, incentives, legal incentives that facilitate the financial inclusion of migrants abroad, fiscal incentives, guarantees of labor rights, and adequation of ecosystems for startups. Good afternoon. This is Cynthia. I work for the Foundation Alina, and we had to answer the question, what initiatives promote the participation of diasporas in the development of the country of origin? Number one, the economic contributions that they can make for the creation of companies based on the knowledge acquired in the destination countries. Also, we mentioned that in Mexico, there is an experience called Mexico Recognizes Your Talent. And what they do is that they recognize what the migrant learned when they came back. In Guatemala, there is a similar project that is being implemented with the Ministry of Education to accredit the labor experiences, and we have to facilitate the homologation of academic degrees acquired abroad. Many people come back and they cannot accredit their experience and knowledge that they have. Another recommendation is to create facilities for investment in the real estate sector and in other sectors. We also mentioned another experience in Mexico called the Global Network Mexico, which is a multi-sector space where professionals with highly specialized knowledge can contribute from the destination communities to the origin destinations to develop different projects like knowledge transfer that facilitates the development in local communities. And this experience is interesting because we want to establish chapters in different countries, such as Brazil, Argentina, Bolivia, Peru, and other places. Another suggestion or initiative is to facilitate the political and civic participation of diasporas in the country of origin. Like, for example, the voting of the citizens abroad. Another suggestion is to facilitate internships in the communities of origin where there are particular needs. And we mentioned the experience of Dominican Republic with bringing philanthropic aid when there are particular cases that require attention, such as doctors, environmental professionals, and volunteers could move and support these initiatives. Another thing is to link the diaspora in the definition of the planning of the territory so that they feel attachment and that they continue to have the possibility of communication with their roots. Another project mentioned is portability of social security. This is difficult to achieve, but in Mexico, there is a possibility. There is a project in an advanced phase where there will be a possibility that migrants in Mexican territory may have access to social security. The other thing is to promote commerce chambers at national level. This is related to nostalgic commerce or other economic activities that could be promoted. Another thing is identification of community leaders to promote different activities such as cultural, sports activities that could be identified in the destination countries and that this could allow their participation. It's important to identify that there are groups of migrants who have particular needs and they have to be seen as such. In the case of indigenous populations, and financial inclusion, the importance of the work in financial inclusions and the incorporation of savings into the banking system. Thank you. Now table number 4. We had the question, what are the ways in which the diaspora can contribute in terms of access to intelligence to markets to support the social economical growth of the countries of residence? We wanted to identify business people so that through them we could sell the products from the countries of origin and how to do these exports and to bring these products to the destination countries. Also training of the diaspora to certify them in terms of the needs in the destination countries, but also in the language. This breaks barriers and allows them to access labor markets that are more broad and better payment, to participate in fairs in these cities, to get to know about the needs in the labor market, to facilitate business and business processes, and to let people know about the culture and culinary culture, to break phobias in the countries of destination. And also with the Latin American people, to create social integration spaces and to let people know about the contribution of the migrants in this country. They do the work that the residents don't want to do, and they feel supported by the authorities, the consulates. They give that support, and they can do it in terms of financial education and to let them know the regulations so that when they are business people, they start to legalize and formalize their businesses.
Muchísimas gracias. No sé si alguien quisiera hacer una consideración.
Anybody would like to ask a question or a comment? I think you did an excellent job the short time you had, and this speaks a lot about the ownership that you've taken for this space and capitalize what we've been discussing in the panels and presentations. Thank you. We have one comment from the participants online. We cannot forget their valuable contribution. Felina says it's important to consider the conditions of the different diasporas. Some groups have a decision power, but others don't. An example is Haitians in Costa Rica. This is something that we have to consider. The ambassador raised her hand. Thank you for the opportunity. What I want to do is to reiterate the offering of our Mexican Institute abroad to support you regarding the programs, because we have many. And luckily, I didn't have enough time to explain them, but we have many programs at these good practices, and we would like to continue to share it with the different countries of the region. And we are here for you. I invite you to see the website of the Institute of Mexicans Abroad. We are still improving it. Maybe you will not access a certain microsites, but you can find information of the latest programs of the Institute of Mexicans Abroad, and for the support of Central American migrants, particularly from El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. You know that because of the visit of the Mexican president to these countries, we offered that the migrants who come to our country, they can be registered in the Social Security Institute. So I reiterate the position of our institute to support in all these programs and projects, and I am sure that this could be for the benefit to help each other. In fact, part of this collaboration that we provide to all our Latin American brothers and sisters, we reiterated it during the pandemic. We offer help to Central Americans who are concentrated in different states of the United States. So regardless of nationality, we were providing support with vaccines in the Mexican consulates, and we have been working in some consulates in the US. We have close cooperation with El Salvador. We have close cooperation also with Guatemala and with other countries. So I want to reiterate my intention to provide help. Thank you for the opportunity, and we thank you again for the hospitality to the Salvadoran authorities. Thank you. There are many opportunities. Larissa mentioned that all this accumulated experience from Mexico, El Salvador, with the Vice Ministry and their different offices and the regulations that we discussed, just the base to carry out other processes. We will stop here. We will collect the sheets, and thank you, Heidi, and we will take 10 minutes break before we go to the break, we have two screens. You can interact with the map that Larissa presented in her intervention. And there you can select the country and you can see how many organizations of diaspora have been identified. This map can be shared with the organizations so that you fill out your information and to populate this map. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now going to begin the next session. And for this purpose, I would like to briefly introduce what we were able to achieve. Not only at IOM, but what you have been able to achieve as states and together with the members of diaspora. Briefly, I will present the Global Diaspora Summit that took place in the month of April in Dublin. This event was possible thanks to the cooperation with the government of Ireland. And we had a very interesting event for 3 days. The first day was virtual. We had 14 sessions and 7 parallel events with members of diaspora organizations, members of civil society, and researchers and members of the media. Very interesting. We had over 700 participants, and finally, one of the key documents or the outcome document that we had was the Declaration of Dublin. This is currently being distributed in the room, and we have 27 countries that have subscribed or have agreed to it. And we have Mexico here, and in the morning we had Jamaica, El Salvador. It's a very important document due to different reasons that I'm going to present in the next slide. What we want to mention is that it's important to have the relationship with diaspora, and this relationship must become part of the institutions and implement, be able to measure the efforts and improve in time. In the Declaration of Dublin, what we propose, and this was made directly with the governments that were invited. It was a historical moment because countries of origin and countries of destination agreed in a very natural way regarding what has to be done in terms of engaging diaspora. As some of the most important points of the declaration is institutionalized participation of diaspora in policies and programs. This has to be in a sustainable manner, in an orderly manner. This can be through the Global Political Alliance of Diaspora. This was part of the agreements. Another point is to acknowledge diasporas as partners to address social and humanitarian challenges in the SDG 19. This is also mentioned. We want to digitalize the networks and the exchange of practices at all government levels, like we said. And we also saw strengthening of the protection of rights of migrants and diaspora and access to services. This is a document that is trying to foster alliances among sectors and different areas of governments, create sustainable mechanisms and opportunities to learn and contribute. These mechanisms must be in an organized and systematic way, and of course voluntarily, but with a curiosity of learning more about the best practices. This will be systematized through the Alliance and foster solutions and innovative programs adapted or customized to the interests and skills of diaspora. With the discussions that we had this morning and with all the suggestions of the activities that were organized by my colleagues, it is easy to see that we are all on the same page and we're aiming for the same goals. I invite you to read the declaration, those governments that did not have the opportunity of doing so, please read it. And if you are interested, we are open to the opportunity of joining this initiative and promote the potential of the region in Latin America and the group present in the room in order to share best practices that have been achieved at a global level. This is briefly what I wanted to share with you, and now we are going to start with the panel. We are now going to start with the panel, and I will have the government representatives first. I'm going to give each person 5 minutes to introduce yourselves. I am starting with you, Walter. My name is Walter Torres. I work with the Vice Ministry of Diaspora and Human Mobility, specifically in the Directorate of Diaspora and Development as an agent for community, as a community liaison. We are working on the development of the communities or individual members of diaspora for labor or work in their communities of origin or abroad. Thank you. Good afternoon. And greetings to all of you that joined us virtually. My name is Shelly Nunes. I am part of the Directorate of Engagement and Development in the Dominican Republic. This Vice Ministry, our minister is Director of the Institute for Dominicans Abroad, and this is an institution responsible for working on all actions, projects, and issues to benefit the Dominican diaspora. My area is very similar to my colleagues. Walter, we have the duty of supporting our diaspora, creating links with the country and all development processes. And we also have online. We must never forget our participants online. Mr. Pedro Hernández.
¿Cómo le va? ¿Cómo está? Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Estoy hablando de Santiago de Chile. Yo soy Pedro Hernández, soy el jefe de la División de Migraciones de la Cancillería, pero en esta ocasión tengo el honor y por supuesto agradezco desde ya a la presidencia pro tempore de la Conferencia Regional de Migraciones. Estoy representando a la presidencia pro tempore de la Conferencia Suramericana sobre Migración. Es el proceso consultivo regional hermano de la conferencia regional. La semana pasada hemos tenido una grata reunión con la Troika, presidida por El Salvador y acompañada de México y de Panamá, así que estamos muy agradecidos de poder compartir nuestras reflexiones, escuchar de vuestras buenas prácticas y por supuesto, como no, diseñar iniciativas conjuntas que podamos realizar entre ambos procesos. Así que atento y disponible y muy agradecido por esta invitación.
Be implemented by the two different processes or programs. Thank you. We're going to start with a question and we will go in this order. For Walter, in the next 5 years, what are the sub-regional priorities in engaging diasporas, and how can we put this in a regional strategy of immigration strategy? One of the priorities that we have is to identify a diaspora in order to promote active engagement, active participation. It is necessary to work on learning what kind or type of diaspora it is and the type of work. The governments in the region, well, they need to work to build a record, a registration of diaspora. The objective is to be able to work specifically with the type of what diaspora needs. Certain groups, like we mentioned in the working groups, that may not have a strong financial capital to support their communities of origin. However, they do have a cultural capital, and we can support them in this topic. This is necessary because the population outside our borders need to have a link with the country of origin. In this case, it is El Salvador, but this is based on the principle of know your diaspora. A second aspect is acknowledging the contribution that our diaspora makes. For this is necessary to enable spaces for active participation and listen to the needs and the diversity of activities that they are carrying out. Why is this necessary? When our diaspora, when they contribute to their communities of origin, they become linked to the country of origin, and they become part of the development of the country. As a consequence, well, we need to focus on building virtual platforms that could provide opportunities so that diaspora can share their contribution and their work. This would be another way in which the governments in the region could support our diaspora. Another one is related with opportunities for them to present their needs and report about the activities that they carry out to support their countries or communities of origin. This has three goals. The first one is, like the government of El Salvador is doing through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, this allows diaspora organizations to be in constant communication with the authorities and with the objective of create a sense of belonging to the migrants. As we said this morning, the government of El Salvador has implemented services through digital channels, such as the Social Security institution, this is the way that they have to access social services in the country, or they can obtain housing loans, mortgages. Also, it's important to thank the diaspora and see them as a contributor. And to answer the second question, there are very specific ways in which they can develop as members of the RCM, working enabling strategies so that the diaspora through them can be seen as a support or an ally of the government. This has worked very well because this is how members of diaspora are engaged in specific tasks or in specific projects for development. They can provide different contributions. It can be economic capital, knowledge. This is one of the ways in which we can work and develop specific channels so that they can be promoted. Another initiative that we could work on would be to enable consultation opportunities so that they can identify the needs that members of diaspora can have abroad in foreign countries or needs from the communities of origin. Also implementing virtual platforms. We could include of these two tools in one place. The participation of second, third, and fourth generation of diaspora. They require the adequate environment to facilitate their participation. In policies regarding integration, this is country of origin and country of destination. One of the final points could be, and it is the government should establish policy and strategy to include migrants in the project of country development and citizenship. We must remember that we are diasporas in their countries. We have diasporas in our own countries. So this thank you. That was a very comprehensive response. To summarize and talk to our next speaker, I like the points about systematizing dialogue, that this dialogue must be open and use tools that diaspora already uses, such as digital service, and adapt or customize services for user based on the direct communication, and adapt this exactly to what they are looking for and the vision of the country of origin and country of destination. It is difficult to have a division between country of origin, country of transit, and country of destination. People are mobilizing. We never know when a crisis will cause even more migration. Thank you very much for very specific points. Thank you. To address this question that has two parts, I'm going to focus first of all, the second part is how to create a regional strategy based on priorities. I think that these spaces, such as the one that we are in today, are very good so that they can hear in an open dialogue and listen to what the countries want to share about their own experiences, about their lessons learned. We shouldn't only talk about what has worked, and because sometimes we learn from experiences that have been a failure in the policies implemented. Sometimes we don't want to share them, but they are truly valuable and as valuable as other experiences. I believe that we need to foster and promote spaces such as this one to continue the development of approaches and topics that will help us to work better with our diaspora. I would like to thank this opportunity, the IOM, thank you, IOM Secretariat, and I just wanted to mention this to all, especially in the case of Dominican Republic, that has had a great deal of support from IOM, and we are grateful for the technical support that we have received in this new phase that we're starting. What happened in our case, and this is related with why we have selected certain priorities. Dominican Republic, as you know, has started recently a new administration. We are halfway and we are implemented a new foreign policy, and as part of the priority includes the protection of Dominicans abroad. As part of that framework, one of the initiatives that the President Luis Abinader has promoted is that develop the Institute for Dominicans Abroad to be the strong social pillar that supports our diaspora and keeps the link with them. There are three fundamental aspects that I think that have been addressed this morning. This is related, first of all, with training our communities and getting to know them and promote their sense of belonging, their identity, and of course, keep them engaged in the development process. I had the opportunity of participating virtually in the summit, in the Dublin summit, and I want to say that consistent with the points that Walter already mentioned, we are also focused in the main points that we must pay attention to are strengthening mechanism and be able to quantify diaspora, be able to learn that there are characteristics, social and demographic, understand their needs, and most of all, develop knowledge products that allow us to develop public policy based on evidence and data, which is something that we need to support. In Dominican Republic, it is just this year that we launched the first record of diaspora, social and demographic characteristics. It was an enormous effort because we had to create a link with the over 100 countries, create a link with them and be able to prepare a solid and robust database to understand regular migrants at least. We need to know our diasporas, and this should start with the creation of data. This has two aspects. On one hand, we need to know the individual, but we need to think about organized communities or diaspora naturally joins and creates networks. For example, in Dominican Republic, we started a mapping of the diaspora association, and I would like to publicly thank IOM for the technical support in this process. We detected that many associations were already existed, Dominican associations, and they frequently work mobilizing humanitarian aid or philanthropic support and knowledge, because remittances are also remittances of knowledge. We started with this process and we believe that it is valuable that we continue developing networks. We have started the process to become part of the diaspora. We see that this tool is very helpful. So the diaspora, as communities, not as individuals, can meet each other and have opportunities to be heard. We also need to acknowledge the key development agents to bring financial support, but we need to create a commitment from the state that we must improve the services focused on Dominicans abroad, because it is also a way of compensating them for these contributions. This helps us to keep diasporas engaged and promote that whenever they decide to return, we understand their needs and their interests and create policies and programs that ensure a productive and effective return to the country. Finally, I would like to mention that we must promote programs and projects that are innovative and that allow us to use new tools and rely on technology and see our diaspora in a more general way and learn about their experience and their talent. In this sense, I think that we have several important points. Thank you. This is music to our ears. Once again, we are on the same page. as part of the points that you mentioned, and thank you for sharing the valuable experience and the work that you're doing in Dominican Republic. Once again, the use of technology recognize different capitals that diaspora has doing in a systematic way. And I like the part where you made a difference between organization and individuals. That is fundamental as well, because organizations, sometimes they do not last long. So it's important so we don't leave anybody out. Thank you for your answer. And now our guest online, Sir Pedro Hernández, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Lo que he venido escuchando en esta conversación es muy motivador, como usted bien lo señalaba, porque va uno retomando la experiencia, y en los pocos minutos que dispongo haré algunas propuestas y algunas reflexiones y compartiremos algunas visiones. La Conferencia Sudamericana en la Reunión de Santiago el año 2001, a iniciativa del presidente de la República, entonces presidente Ricardo Lagos, que creaba en el inicio de su mandato la dirección para los chilenos en el exterior. ¿Y qué fecha más propicia? Porque este año se cumplen 22 años de la creación de esa dirección. Es decir, eso indica que la conferencia y los países que la constituyen, en este encuentro de Santiago, vislumbraron dos ejes en la conferencia. Uno vinculado a la gestión migratoria y el otro en paralelo a las comunidades residentes en el exterior. Así se denominó y así se sigue denominando en la nomenclatura de la conferencia la relación, como llamamos, diáspora, es decir, con los nacionales residentes en el exterior, o como lo ha plasmado mi país, bajo el concepto de comunidad de chilenos y chilenas en el exterior. Y ahí me adelanto un poco a la pregunta que vendrá más adelante sobre el enfoque de género. En este contexto, cuando se hace esta definición, se hace desde la perspectiva de reconocer a estos actores de los países que conforman este proceso constructivo regional como algo muy bien comentaba recién, quien me antecedió la palabra, Shelley, como sujetos del desarrollo, como protagonistas de una dinámica que me atrevo a señalar, y me atrevo a señalar muy potente para nuestra región y en particular para América del Sur, que es una identidad de la Conferencia Sudamericana. ¿Cuál es? Que es la integración regional. El que habla ha sido migrante. Viví muchos años fuera de mi país. Y una de las materias que construye y procuramos construir de esa experiencia era la relación del país que me acogió con el país que retorné, que no es el mismo el país de origen. Este juego de palabras no es menor, porque el país que los migrantes dejan no es el país al cual van a volver. Hay cambios sustantivos que van a ocurrir no solo demográficos, políticos, históricos, sino que también culturales. Vuelven a un país distinto que el que dejan. Y vuelven con familias distintas con las que partieron, con niños nacidos en el extranjero, tal vez con nuevas familias construidas en el extranjero, y con desafíos muy importantes al retorno, que un poco ya se comentaban en el panel. Por ejemplo, todo el tema de desarrollo de sus habilidades. Entonces, la segunda idea que quiero transmitir es reconocer a estas comunidades en el exterior como sujetos de desarrollo, en primer lugar, pero con una segunda afirmación, como sujetos de la integración regional. Me atrevo incluso a tirar una palabra provocadora. Son el rostro de la integración regional de nuestras comunidades extranjeras. Este diálogo que se produce interactivo a través de nuestras redes consulares, como bien decía Shelley, con las comunidades que se organizan, la dinámica dominicana y la dinámica salvadoreña es muy rica en eso, tiene mucho que enseñarnos a los países como los nuestros en cómo se han construido esa experiencia. La tercera cuestión que quiero plantear tiene que ver con que también este proceso de instalación de esta dinámica de las comunidades del exterior, por lo menos en América del Sur, se dio en paralelo con la creación y la puesta en funcionamiento de la Convención Internacional de Trabajadores Migratorios y sus familiares, que no todos los países de la región son parte, yo lo reconozco, pero ciertamente plantea esa convención una serie de desafíos, como por ejemplo, que dio espacio en mi país y en otros países de la región a dinámicas como es, por ejemplo, el derecho al sufragio, el derecho a la representación, la visibilidad como un protagonista no solamente del desarrollo y no solo vinculado a la temática de lo que significa la integración, sino que también se vinculan a los sucesos que son propios de cada país. La conferencia, y en cuarto lugar, también quiso plasmar esto cuando se enfrentó al desafío y asumió el desafío a partir del 2012 con un concepto que se llama la ciudadanía suramericana, posteriormente en el 2016 con la Declaración de Nueva York y que se plasma en el Pacto Mundial de Migraciones con su artículo 19, donde varios de nosotros, de nuestros países, también la conferencia regional y la conferencia sudamericana, es muy notable el encuentro que sostuvimos en los dos procesos consultivos en Washington, justamente en este contexto de la discusión del Pacto Mundial, cuál era justamente darle a la diáspora, como se llama en el texto del pacto, o como lo decimos de América Sur, la comunidad de residentes del exterior, un rol dentro del esfuerzo internacional de contar con un instrumento como este que estamos hoy día implementando, que es el del Pacto Mundial. Durante este periodo de la conferencia hemos ido paulatinamente incorporando en nuestra agenda en desarrollo en este minuto en nuestra región el componente justamente que nos motiva como nombre. Digo diáspora simplemente para que tengamos un concepto común, pero seguimos hablando de comunidades. Y justamente en el mes de marzo reciente hemos sostenido un encuentro vinculado a esta materia para justamente seguir reflexionando sobre cómo podemos dar una mayor visibilización y un mayor rol en estos aspectos de integración, desarrollo, vinculación con nuestras comunidades del exterior, en donde vimos algunos ejes importantes. Además, por supuesto, de incluir el gran desafío que significa para nuestros países el problema de la pandemia, nos detuvimos, en algunos puntos. Uno de ellos es cómo podemos hacer los países para innovar en el proceso de trabajo a través de nuestra red consular. Es decir, cómo los consulados modifican su modo de actuación, se relacionan de otra manera con sus comunidades, y no voy a repetir lo que ha dicho ya el panel. Estamos muy de acuerdo que una de las dinámicas principalísimas de este trabajo va asociado a la asociatividad de nuestras comunidades del exterior, que tienen una serie de dinámicas y especificidades que va mucho más allá, por cierto, de las dinámicas de remesas. Entonces, una de las primeras ejes que vimos en este encuentro de marzo es cómo mejorar el tema de la red consular, generando acuerdos de cooperación consular y actuaciones conjuntas en esta materia. Este plano también se ha abordado en otro proceso paralelo al de la conferencia, que es el Mercosur. Ahí existe un grupo de trabajo de asuntos consulares jurídicos del Mercosur y hemos avanzado en la suscripción de un acuerdo de cooperación cuyo tarea es, ante la pandemia, por cierto, era desarrollar una labor conjunta con la comunidad sudamericana, por ejemplo, en donde hay dinámicas muy importantes, comunes, para establecer ahí una línea de trabajo de diálogo entre una región de origen y una región de acogida. No en un país solamente, sino que una región que conversa con otra región, en este caso, con la Unión Europea. La segunda dinámica tiene que ver, que vimos en este encuentro, con los procesos administrativos y participación cívica, que hace justamente al punto que señalé al pasar a hablar de la Constitución, que en su artículo 41 establece los derechos de los trabajadores y trabajadoras para participar en los hechos políticos de su país de origen, que es un tema controversial, que tiene luces y sombras, para favor y en contra, pero la línea de la región es cada vez más a dar reconocimiento a esta. La tercera cuestión, que algo decía también mi colega El Salvador y la República Dominicana, es el tema de los datos. Aquí les estoy mostrando en pantalla lo que es el segundo registro de chilenos en el exterior que se realizó con el apoyo del Instituto Nacional de Estadística. El primero se hizo el año 2004 y este corresponde al año 2010-2012 aproximadamente. Ya se está preparando el proceso. ¿De qué nos ha servido este trabajo? Fundamentalmente un poco poco ya lo decía el panel, para tener una mejor fotografía, una instantánea, más que haga y permita el diseño de una materia que para nosotros cara como países y como región, que es el tema de las políticas públicas. Y ahí me vuelvo un segundo al inicio. Dije al comienzo que Chile en particular está cumpliendo 22 años de esta materia, pero también señalar que, por ejemplo, mi país acaba de publicar su ley de migraciones, para algunos de nosotros la primera ley de migraciones que Chile se ha dado, la ley 21.325, y el legislador decidió incorporar en la norma migratoria, la ley de migración, un capítulo específico sobre chilenos en el exterior. Es decir, declara que la diáspora, que la comunidad en el exterior es parte de la política migratoria. Normalmente cuando se habla de política migratoria se habla de la inmigración, en general, no digo que sea necesariamente así, sino que se habla de los que residen en el país de destino, y no de los que están fuera necesariamente. Esto es la teoría, en la práctica muchas veces esto se da, hay experiencias muy ricas en la región de América del Sur y Centroamérica, sobre todo los que están sentados en esa mesa. Pero a lo que voy es que el legislador chileno decidió poner en ese plano esta dinámica de trabajo que nos parece relevantísima. Y cierro con una propuesta. Nosotros estamos convencidos que el abordamiento de la problemática de la y de la emigración en la región requiere avanzar, como lo comentaba la semana pasada en una reunión de la Comisión de Asuntos Migratorios de la OEA, avanzar en una agenda regional migratoria. La próxima semana vamos a tener una conversación plenaria de la Conferencia Regional de la Comunidad Sudamericana, así que no voy a exponer aquí todo lo que vamos a hablar ese día, pero enuncio simplemente los ejes que creemos que puede ayudar a una mejor comprensión, tal vez, de esta relación de nuestros países y nuestra región, ¿por qué no hablar de región? Me refiero a la región de la Conferencia y de la Conferencia Sudamericana, con su comunidad del exterior. Cuando tuvimos nosotros la presidencia de la dinámica de la CELAC, organizamos un estudio de la diáspora de los dos lados y llegamos a identificar del orden de 10 millones más o menos de latinoamericanos residentes en Europa. Y esa foto, a través de esta temática, nos planteó varias dinámicas que me atrevo a resumir en 5 ideas. Necesitamos tener un eje humanitario que se ha puesto muy necesario hoy día, producto de la pandemia y producto de ciertos flujos masivos que se empiezan a dar en la región. La dinámica está sobre la mesa, desde el tapón del Darién, pasando también por la migración hacia América del Sur y la haitiana, y la que tiene que ver con el Caribe. Segundo, pensamos que tiene que haber un eje migratorio cuyo eje central sea la regularidad migratoria. Las personas en condición irregular, todos sabemos que generan altas vulnerabilidades y debemos hacer un esfuerzo permanente, colegiado, compartido entre los países para avanzar en esta materia. Tercero, la cooperación internacional. No podemos hacer esto solos. Necesitamos contar con la cooperación, sobre todo el sistema internacional, y ahí aprovecho sumarme, por cierto, los permanentes agradecimientos a la Organización Internacional para las Migraciones, que hoy día además lidera la red de migración de Naciones Unidas, como parte del pacto. Por lo tanto, permite allí hacer una gran sinergia en ese plano. En cuarto lugar, la cooperación regional, y este esfuerzo, esta invitación de la Conferencia Regional de Migraciones a la Conferencia Sudamericana para participar en una actividad de ustedes, es un ejemplo concreto de lo que estoy planteando. La cooperación regional se expresa en tareas como la que está desarrollándose en este ejercicio, que nos permite mirar, observar, compartir, de repente incluso hasta cuestionar iniciativas para mejorar. Y el último eje que proponemos es el eje de la integración o incohesión social migratoria, es decir, nuestras diásporas o comunidades del exterior deben residir en comunidades que no siempre son acogedoras. Hay un desafío allí de inclusión social responsable, colegiada, recíproca, que hay un gran esfuerzo que se hace, que lo relatamos muy bien ambos, los que me han antecedido la palabra, y creo que eso también debería incluir. Entonces, creemos que una experiencia proactiva, propositiva, de relación con la comunidad en el exterior, a nuestro parecer debería incluirse en una agenda migratoria regional construida, y proponemos estos 5 ejes. El eje humanitario, el eje migratorio, el eje de la cooperación internacional, el eje de la cooperación regional y el eje de la inclusión social migratoria. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor
Thank you, Mr. Pedro Hernandez, for a very complete explanation of what we have to do as a region. And briefly, we will discuss 2 points because we have 3 questions about the work that you are doing. Integration of all levels of cooperation. I think that's fundamental. You mentioned that, especially at the regional level. And I want to go beyond the Americas. You talked about Chileans in Europe. This is very important because even within our country, when we see beyond the region, we can learn about those experiences. And thank you. And there is Chilean diaspora in Europe, in France, Switzerland, so it's important, and this is a very relevant example. I will give the floor to Mr. Walter Torres again, so that he answers what initiatives can member countries from CRM develop to promote the participation of the next generations of migrants in the development of their countries. It is important that the new diasporas, the second and third generation diasporas, can be involved. One of the mechanisms or projects that have been implemented is involving through co-development projects towards the country of origin. Because in our case, El Salvador, we've done it through a project called Cuscatan Camp. We have developed it twice due to the pandemic. We couldn't do it a third time, but this had to do with involving them in projects in places with vulnerability to irregular migration, and they could develop projects in these places with a lot of success. So we've developed them, and later on, this members of diaspora of the second and third generation, they came to their destination country and they formed organizations, and they have continued to help and getting involved in different projects throughout time. So it's important to get involved, but not only in economic aspects, because they can provide economically for a project. It's necessary that they can also transfer knowledge about what they've done in their destination country. They can bring back that knowledge and to take part of the culture of their country of origin, the culture of their parents, bring it to the destination country. We would also like to give some thoughts, like underlying the incidence of these organizations of the new generations, and influence that they can have in Salvadoran territory through social capital, networks, values, regulations, and not forgetting financial capital, remittances, investments, businesses, and trainings, etc. Thank you. I will go back to the issue of ties for the next question. We realize that we have to use and adapt new technologies. So I invite our panelists to answer the following question. How can generational changes be addressed by different digital tools to mobilize the commitment of the diaspora in the context of diversity, inclusion, and sense of belonging? This question, I like to answer it because it gives us the opportunity to talk about some innovative projects that we are developing and that we want to mention to our colleagues so that you can see the progress we've made about the work we do with the new generations. I just want to mention that this pandemic of COVID-19, it really gave us unexpected benefits, which is the promotion of digital solutions, technological tools, the social interaction of people. The diasporas also went through these transformations, and we had the experience that for the first time we could integrate the diaspora to some spaces such as virtual workshops through Zoom and different tools that we hadn't used before. So this allowed us to generate spaces to listen to the diaspora about their needs and how we could consider what they really needed in order to develop the corresponding public policies. Before we present this video about the project that we have, I just want to mention and show you the QR of digital index, because in the Dominican Republic we started to develop a robust platform that we have called Index Digital to bring updated information and to generate a space for them to register and start to create a different interaction mechanism that allows us to interact in a more direct manner with them and with the associations of Dominicans abroad. It's really important to have these two ways to work with the individuals and with their organized communities. So I invite you to go to index.gov. This has been a big effort and it's still ongoing. We want to learn from the other platforms from the different countries so that we can enrich this space, which is a very important mechanism to connect with our diasporas. In the case of Dominican Republic, we have developed a process to connect and bring information to the diaspora and to bring activities and foster the culture. We talked about how to keep the diaspora in touch with their roots. Through the social media, we've been able to innovate and create forums where they can access Dominican movies, where they can get to learn about cooking courses, Spanish language, celebrations of the country that we have in different embassies and consulates. And within the framework of this work, one of the things that we have considered innovative is the TUSA-COX project. We identified an association of Dominicans in the US, and with them, the last year, we signed an agreement to work on a project that wants to connect the diaspora through video game technology. This project allows to create spaces so that these new generations, these youngsters can get together with their peers in the Dominican Republic through video games, but also this allows us to give them scholarships for them to learn to program video games. We have mobilized the channels for youngsters abroad in the US, that they can access these programming courses, but we have received donations so that in the communities of origin that they don't have access to these trainings, they can enroll in these programs, and we have already given over $21,000 for these scholarships. So if we can now watch the video about an activity that we had in December last year, which was the first immersion program. We also have a national program where youngsters in the Bronx were playing with the youngsters in San Francisco, and we had a space interaction, a live space where we live the experience. I confess that I am a bit older, I am over 40, but it was very interesting for me. There is a description of a video game, and I felt like I was seeing an NBA game, something like that. It was very interesting to see the youngsters and how other generations understood that this space allows them to connect, to play, but also we are training them for one of the jobs of the future. So it has a different component, and this contributes to promote the orange economy, and that we can use this technology, and that we can train our youngsters from the communities of origin and from the diaspora. This is very valuable that we wanted to share. And we created the first interactive platform where the Dominican government participated in Discord. Do you know it? Well, so we are in Discord, and all these youngsters have first-hand access to information about the programs of the country, information about citizenship issues. It's unbelievable. We had a tournament which had a lot of a high rate of engagement. It lasted 3.5 hours. There were 343 youngsters playing at the same time, and it was really interesting. We had over 1,000 posts, all of them published and disseminated the ideas that they were discussing during the process. So this is an example on how digital tools can support the work that we do with the diasporas. And I want to remind you that this has a very good component, but at the same time, it forces us to maintain the commitment of not forgetting our previous generations that don't dominate these technologies. And we leave this closely with a project that I will discuss at the end. I will just use a couple of minutes to present a video about an innovative service that we have implemented in alliance with the Ministry of Women of the Dominican Republic, which is the legal and psychological orientation service for the diaspora women through digital channels. So if you can please help us with this video.
Hola, mi nombre es Juanita y estoy aquí para ayudar. Atentas a lo que les vengo a informar. Si eres dominicana, residente en Estados Unidos y estás viviendo o has vivido alguna situación de violencia, este programa es para ti. El INDEX y el Ministerio de la Mujer se han unido para ofrecerte los servicios de orientación legal y terapia psicológica completamente gratis, confiable y confidencial. Puedes acceder a este servicio solicitando tu cita en la página web asistencia.mujer.gov.do o a través de tu celular, escribiendo vía WhatsApp al 829-421-3242.
This number.
Porque aún en la distancia estamos cerca.
Because even in the distance we are close. So this is another example on how we've used digital channels to connect to the diaspora and to bring them specific services that they have asked for. Thanks to these technological tools, we had focal groups, and one of the points that was repeated in the case of the Dominican Republic and perhaps in other diasporas. We have over 54% of the diaspora that is women, and they demand special services, and you have to be close for the cases that they left in the Dominican Republic, issues related to maternity, divorces, and to receive this support for the immigration process. And we have a psychologist that has the same cultural background, and it's different from the support that they can receive in other spaces. So this is a pilot project, but we think that this is another way to implement digital tools. The last point that I want to make is how we promote our culture through short films contest. And this is very interesting because we were asking that the diaspora created a short video with their cell phone so that we knew how they missed their country. I will show the winner video, which will help us to lighten up the afternoon. When Larissa spoke, she said that the diaspora is they are our ambassadors, but you see this video from a Dominican in Japan, and you see how there is some kind of fusion through his experience in Japan and how he integrates both cultures in this video. This is something extremely interesting. Let's watch it. Since we cannot watch it today, you can visit the Instagram site or in Index website. It's called Huellas de mi Quisqueya, and you can watch this videos. I think that another valuable aspect in digital tools, we cannot forget it. It has to do with digital tools and digital channels to secure the contributions of the diaspora through remittances. We had experiences in Dominican Republic with the support of IOM. We studied the Dominican remittances, and one of the conclusions was that we have to promote the use of digital channels so that we can improve the transaction costs and that there is a more fluent exchange of money. If you can go to projects. I would like to show you the video. We wanted to see the video. And congratulations, I am amazed of the work that Dominican Republic is doing. It's fascinating. And I will just talk about the issue of women. So you explained, it was fascinating how well these programs are being developed for young people, for women, and this is what we want. We want to have specific tools for the users. So I emphasize that, and this introduction, I give the floor to Mr. Pedro Hernandez so that he answers this question about gender and women. The last estimations of the World Labor Organization points out that 41% of workers who are migrants are women. So what do we do to achieve involvement of women from the diaspora?
Qué interesante la pregunta, porque realmente quiero primero felicitar a la República Dominicana por la maravillosa presentación que nos ha hecho del trabajo de las tecnologías de la información. Creo que ahí se abre un camino enormemente potente, que usted muy bien lo relató y nos motiva a que veamos alternativas, ¿no? Alternativas de lo que llamamos la diáspora calificada, se le llama a veces esa línea, pero yo quiero destacar de su presentación y ya inmediatamente respondo a la pregunta. No me estoy corriendo la pregunta, sino que quiero destacar un aspecto que se planteó, que es el tema de los jóvenes, de los y las jóvenes, ¿no? Creo que en ese aspecto tal vez es un actor poco escuchado en nuestras conversaciones. Y hace un año nosotros nos tocó presidir el proceso de Quito y una de las materias que involucramos en el proceso, justamente al hablar de las dinámicas de la realidad de las corrientes migratorias regionales, fue escuchar en uno de los paneles de trabajo de los roundtable paralela a la reunión de septiembre del año 2020. Fue un panel donde invitamos a escuchar directamente a los jóvenes. Y fue tremendamente interesante, en un plano obviamente muy sencillo, pero lo que plantea la República Dominicana al utilizar las tecnologías con todo lo novedoso abre un camino de lo que uno llama la cibermigración, o sea, todo lo que tiene que ver con cómo las personas desarrollan su proceso migratorio a través de la información que les llega a través de las tecnologías de la información. Complemento los datos que usted bien señalaba como introductorios, ciertamente en la región de trabajo reciente, inclusive también de la OIM, cerca del 50% de la población que reside en nuestra región son mujeres. Lo que no tengo el dato es cómo se distribuye en el tema etario, cuántas días son menores de cierta edad, pero ciertamente ahí sería un elemento interesante a despejar cómo poder vincular este tema. Este dato ha llevado a la conferencia sudamericana a partir de un relanzamiento que hizo la presidencia argentina el año pasado, a crear redes de trabajo, y una de las redes de trabajo permanente es la tarea, es lo que llamamos enfoque de género. Es decir, a más allá de que hay un grupo de trabajo específico donde trabajan y coordinan su acción los ministerios o entidades nacionales pertenecientes a la conferencia que se ocupan de la temática, como en mi país, que se llama Ministerio de la Mujer y Equidad de Género, para justamente impregnar toda la dinámica de la conferencia con esta dimensión. No es solo una especificidad que afecte solo al grupo específico, sino que todas las dimensiones, trata, tráfico, inclusión socioeconómica y otras materias deben incluir este enfoque de género. Y así lo hemos asumido en la conferencia sudamericana y estamos trabajando muy intensamente a través de nuestro ministerio en esa materia, sobre todo a partir de algunos desafíos. Uno primero tiene que ver con la salud, es decir, la temática de la salud, en particular en épocas de pandemia, en donde tal vez equívocamente en la conversación regional hemos puesto el énfasis en el virus y no en las personas. No digo que sea así, pero pareciera que ahí hay una dicotomía. Y pensamos en la conferencia que el eje hay que ponerlo en las personas, en lo que llaman algunos expertos o analistas los secuelados, diríamos las secueladas. El otro día estuve en una reunión, me encontré con una colega que trabaja en el Ministerio de Salud y la vi con muletas. Le pregunté si había tenido algún accidente. No, me dijo, es la secuela del COVID. Es decir, el efecto que generan ciertas personas en su calidad de vida es algunos más, algunos mucho menos, y en esta temática habrá que poner el enfoque, pienso en el caso, y pensamos, perdón, en la conferencia, en esta respuesta que estamos haciendo desde el enfoque de género regional hacia la temática específica que tiene que ver con la salud. Segundo ámbito, ya se tocó por mis colegas aquí en el panel, el tema de la violencia contra las personas o contra las mujeres. La conferencia sudamericana por iniciativa de Chile y Argentina ya un tiempo viene trabajando en lo que llamamos violencia intrafamiliar migrante. ¿Cómo prevenir la violencia en la familia migrante? Y hemos suscrito acuerdos de cooperación bilateral con los países y hemos incluido esto, por eso es que se incluyó ahora como red de trabajo, para prevenir los distintos aspectos que tiene esta materia, y en particular con el trabajo preventivo, que lo relacionamos específicamente con las distintas realidades que tiene esta dimensión, que son las niñas, las adolescentes, las mujeres y las adultas mayores. Es decir, en el encuentro de terreno que hemos hecho en algunas realidades de nuestra diáspora, en Argentina, por ejemplo, nos encontramos con muchas mujeres adultas mayores solas y viviendo en condiciones de altísima vulnerabilidad hace ya un tiempo, que llevó al diálogo con ese país a generar medidas para justamente enfrentar esa temática. Tiene que ver con mucho, y perdone que me extienda un rato, con lo que se llama el trabajo en negro de sus parejas, que ellas quedaron solas y se venía en un horizonte muy oscuro en su vida social, que se logró resolver gracias a uno de los programas muy interesantes que inventó la Argentina, que fue Patria Grande, y lo realizó una gran cantidad de población, y lo cual ha servido de ejemplo en otros países. Pero ¿cómo podemos, como agenda regional, así como hice en el primer bloque, lo quiero hacer en este segundo con 3 ideas? Unido al concepto del eje de cooperación regional, una respuesta frente a la temática que nos ocupa en esta pregunta, pensamos que solo es posible abordarlo entre todos los países de la región. Tenemos que buscar un discurso, un relato, dirían algunos, inclusivo, respetuoso y que haga atención a esta dimensión, desde las temáticas que hacen a las dinámicas propias de las mujeres migrantes, por tomarlo desde ahí esa perspectiva, como las distintas etapas que ellas desarrollan en este ámbito, en particular con su introducción en lo que hace, por cierto, al tema del mercado laboral, ¿no? Es allí donde hay trabajos que son específicos de ellas, que no siempre son remunerados dignamente. Por ejemplo, el cuidado de personas, el trabajo doméstico. Puede ganar 2. No estoy diciendo que solo ellas trabajen en eso, pero principalmente es el trabajo donde ellas se desempeñan. La labor de cuidado de una persona en una situación de postración o enferma, o lo que se llama la empleada de casa particular, o la empleada doméstica, o nana, como le llaman en Chile, es una realidad de relación social laboral tremendamente de explotación de distintas facetas. No siempre remunerada, con horarios bastante poco humanos y condiciones a veces de vida muy complejas, ¿no? A veces incluso con el riesgo, en algunos casos, de trata. En segundo, ¿cómo hacer para que en el proceso de integración, que en la propuesta de lo que llamamos integración social migrante, podemos tener una especial atención a la dinámica que ponía muy bien la República Dominicana con su experiencia cuando hablaba de atención psicológica integral? Es decir, el proceso de acompañamiento a ellas tiene que tener una especificidad por la dinámica. Muchas de ellas son incluso titulares de familia, son las que se hacen cargo de las familias que, con las cuales migran, o tienen que asumir por diversas razones responsabilidad en esa. Y vuelve a aparecernos lo que nos compartía nuestro colega de la conferencia regional, el tema de los datos. Necesitamos tener datos cada vez mejores para dar mejor cuenta de esta dinámica, sobre todo porque siendo una dinámica tan particular, me refiero a este enfoque, no siempre está del todo documentado. No todos los estudios tienen esa dimensión y pensamos que allí hay una línea de trabajo que deberíamos plantear. Por lo tanto, vuelvo a la propuesta regional. Tal vez sea interesante pensar 3 líneas de trabajo. Uno que es cómo regionalmente las dos procesos, me refiero a la conferencia sudamericana y la conferencia regional, nos ponemos a la tarea de diseñar programas para la prevención de la violencia intrafamiliar migrante. Repito, para prevenir la violencia intrafamiliar migrante con familias formadas que sean mixtas o no. Y eso plantea allí diversas situaciones que creo que se puede plantear. Segundo, poner el eje en las niñas y las adolescentes, es decir, los jóvenes y los niños, en este caso las niñas, sobre todo en lo que tiene que ver con el acceso a la educación. El día pasado en mi país estábamos haciendo un estudio de llamamos el pasivo migratorio, y hemos detectado una luz roja tremendamente grave que tenemos que resolver, que es el acceso de las niñas al sistema educacional. Los niños se mantienen más en el sistema, las niñas abandonan más pronto. ¿Por qué? Nos estamos haciendo la pregunta, ¿por qué un adolescente de 12, 14, 15 años deja la escolaridad? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué está haciendo aquello? ¿Porque está cuidando a su hermanito menor? ¿Porque está teniendo que salir a trabajar? Y de ahí una pregunta que estamos resolviendo y que tenemos que hacernos la pregunta. Y ahí hay un derecho humano que no está siendo respetado, que es el tema del derecho de esa niña a tener la educación integral como le corresponde a cualquier persona. Pero algo está pasando allí. Y lo otro tiene que ver con la temática de trata y tráfico. En ese tema de la lucha contra la trata de personas y el tráfico, debiéramos trabajar mucho más intensamente, sobre todo focalizando en este caso en las niñas y las mujeres migrantes de nuestra región. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for that response. And I think that is fundamental to consider all sectors, health, for example, protection. And in this panel, I believe we had different interesting experiences. I would like to check if we have the video ready before we open the floor for questions and answers. This was the video that won the contest.
Siento orgullo de haber nacido en una tierra tan linda como la República Dominicana. Por eso, siempre llevo mi bandera conmigo. Sí, soy de aquella isla donde la música corre por las venas. Y forma parte de mi día a día escuchar merengue, bachata y aquellos sonidos que me... La verdad es que somos un pueblo muy caluroso. Transmitimos alegría, alegría que se contagia sin importar tu nacionalidad, color o creencia. Estoy en Japón, un lugar a miles de kilómetros de distancia de mi Quisqueya, donde todo es diferente, el idioma, la comida, la cultura, pero no importa mi ubicación geográfica, donde quiera que esté, lo que más me conecta con mi país es aquella comida dominicana, ese mangú con huevo y queso frito.
It is great to see the evolution towards the transnational approach where we mix cultures. I would like to now open the floor for questions if we have from the audience. Yes, we have one. Good afternoon. I have two questions really. The first one is for all speakers. I thought your presentations were great. Thank you for sharing with us your experiences to learn about everything you're working on. A lot of work. The first question is, do you think or do you have a plan to develop a program that can show the work done by diaspora in the country of destination? We haven't really spoken about what they contribute when they are in the country of destination and the host country where they reside. The second question is with the Dominican Republic, Sheila. Development this program in education to exchange and have these technological tournaments with the Ministry of Education and share this experience that you had in schools. Thank you. Thank you. About the second question, which is the question for me. Well, yes, this initiative started in December last year. But the scope of action is long-term. We hope that this project expands to all school, and as a matter of fact, the immersion fair that took place for the first time in Santo Domingo is going to be a roaming fair so that we can bring this contact to different communities of origin and have a link with the diaspora to have a space and promote the scholarships for programming and people learn in a direct manner and experiencing the technological process so they can see the results of learning this type of new trade, and especially the advantages for them in the future. That was regarding the second question. And about the first question, can you please remind me the first part of the question? The first question is, have you thought about a program that incorporates the contribution of diaspora where they live in? We have spoken about the contribution of diaspora to the country of origin. It would be interesting to see if you have a program for the topic of the host country or the country that they reside in. In Dominican Republic, we do not have a plan for that, but thank you for the idea, because of course this is something that we would like to explore, especially because we have active communities that live abroad. Recently, weeks ago, we were part of a forum organized with the Dominican diaspora in Italy, and one of the topics was the contribution that they did locally. We have Dominicans that cook in different restaurants there in Italy, and we need to bring visibility to what they do in their countries of destination. It's a project that we definitely need to consider. Thank you. Regarding the first question, it is fundamental that we acknowledge the work that our diaspora does in the country of destination. In the sense, we do not have an ongoing project. However, we are developing a website where we can share news and all the projects that are being developed by our diasporas in the country where they live in, where they currently live in. Also, we are working in developing a food fusion, so that chefs that are part of the diaspora can combine the Salvadorian food with the food of the country of destination and do a culinary integration. And our guest online, you now have the floor.
Sí, interesantísima la pregunta porque nos lleva a pensar qué y cómo podemos visibilizar esa comunidad en destino. En el caso de la experiencia regional y la experiencia de mi país, hay algunas experiencias que, perdón, algunas líneas de acción que pueden ser interesantes. La primera, varios de nuestros países organizan, llaman gobiernos en terreno. ¿Qué significa esto? Son llevar el Estado al lugar donde está la comunidad. Eso permite establecer un vínculo Estado-Estado con la comunidad migrante allí presente. Resolver problemas sociales, documentación, algún tipo de programas, que es la experiencia que se ha dado en varios países de la región, con lo que se expresan muchas veces unido a esto, las ferias culturales y ferias de integración. Incluso en algunos casos hay experiencias notables de centros culturales binacionales como expresión de aquello. Esa es una línea. La segunda línea tiene que ver con en la región sudamericana y también en mi país se ha promovido mucho un tema que ha salido en el panel, que es la asociatividad en todas las facetas. Es muy característico el Mundial de Cueca, perdone que sea tan chileno esto, pero el Mundial de la Cueca, el baile nacional que se ejecuta en distintos países y eso muestra distintas manifestaciones de aquello y son concursos muy notables, por supuesto con la diáspora esto se ha tenido que detener, pero ya espero que pronto podamos reactivar y van con parejas que no son solo de chilenos, sino que muchas veces son de familias mixtas y bailan sus propios bailes nacionales y los de, en este caso, la comunidad nacional. Una tercera dimensión tiene que ver con la experiencia de algunos países que se llama justamente programas de promoción específica de ciertos actores. En el caso de mi país, existe lo que se llama el fondo concursable, que le permite a las asociaciones postular a fondos del Estado de Chile y ejecutar proyectos en beneficio de la comunidad donde residen, que son culturales, de asociatividad, de difusión, de investigación. Eso permite, con aportes de ellos y del país, actuar en esa materia. O destacar la experiencia que tiene, por ejemplo, y esto es un dato, si alguna vez vienen a Santiago, y espero que sea pronto, se van a encontrar en Santiago con más restaurantes peruanos que lo que hay en Lima. ¿Qué quiere decir con esto? Que la gastronomía es una dimensión muy notable. ¿No? Un restaurante peruano en Santiago es top, como decimos en Chile, es de primer nivel, ¿no? De una calidad culinaria exquisita. Y eso es una embajada del Perú cultural en Chile. Ese dato, por ejemplo, creo que es una experiencia que se podría promover, no solamente aspectos que hacen a otras cuestiones como son nuestros típicos campeonatos de fútbol y ese tipo de cosas, que son como otras maneras que la gente también se manifiesta en el exterior, o sea, y eso ustedes lo saben, cuando han sido sede o van a un mundial, la gente va y se moviliza y se muestra en los estadios de esa manera. Entonces, la asociatividad, los proyectos concursables, los proyectos tecnológicos o las materias de los gobiernos en terreno, pensamos que son maneras específicas de darle también visibilidad a la comunidad donde está. Pero la República Dominicana dijo una cosa importante en su intervención, que es la preocupación por los derechos de los nacionales. Esa dinámica se podría expresar en lo que denominamos, y lo tenemos con República Dominicana como país bilateral, acuerdos bilaterales en donde esta materia tiene que formar parte de la política bilateral. Porque a veces solamente se ven materias consulares o convenios de título, pero la visibilidad de la comunidad podría ser otra materia incluirse, de cómo ambos países podemos hacer para que una comunidad dominicana en mi país o eventualmente chilena en ese país X o de cualquier país de la región, Argentina, Perú, Bolivia u otro, también pudiera tener en ese espacio la posibilidad de mostrar todo lo que puede, lo que está haciendo y lo que puede seguir aportando a la comunidad local. Y ahí la cooperación internacional pues, puede jugar un rol muy importante, con proyectos innovadores, por ejemplo, en materia de desarrollo sostenible, de innovación tecnológica, de transferencia de conocimiento, desarrollo a nivel de tecnología de punta, podrían ser aspectos que no se han incluido hasta ahora, que podría dar un aporte importante en ese ejercicio.
Thank you very much. I believe that the conclusion was great. It spoke about all the topics of cooperation. I would only like to congratulate you for all the progress that you've made, and thank you for sharing best practices from Chile, Dominican Republic, and El Salvador. I believe that we have definitely learned from your experiences, and hopefully we can be together again to continue our learning process and cooperating and collaborating. Thank you very much. And now my colleague has now the floor so that we can summarize this very productive session.
Voy a ver si lo puedo hacer desde acá. Sí, ¿se escucha? Sí, gracias. Gracias también.
Thank you, because this has been truly an exceptional session. The energy that we've had shows the motivation that we have on this topic, and we know that we have a great deal of work to do. We did summaries of the different sessions, and this is a very brief summary. We have a document that through the Secretariat of the PPT will be shared with all delegations. The idea is to leave you with a simple document, but that collects all these excellent experiences and initiatives. This is a brief summary. As Larissa explained in IOM and also in the conference that we have had in 2017, big states said we have to work on three main pillars. We're going to engage, empower, and enable. These have been the pillars considered in this discussion. Another topic that was part of this, and we had a panel of that, is trust. In the regional study that we carried out almost 2 years ago, Fiorella, is that right? This is the source of the interactive map. One of the fundamental findings was how vulnerable the trust of some diasporas is. So the work that we need to do to rebuild this trust is fundamental. You gave us many positive initiatives that are ongoing, underway to recover and bring back that trust. This means that we have to be patient and a vision into the future, because this is in the long term. We also saw the work done by the committee mentioning that it has been working for 27 years. We also spoke about recovering trust, and for that we need to have a human rights approach. And now the conclusions also spoke about more comprehensive approaches, including gender, children, girls, boys, changes in the discourse. How can we move from inclusive discourses with a human rights approach? All of these elements will be helpful and would contribute to the initiatives that are already underway. Transparency, accountability about the initiatives that are done jointly with the state or diaspora, acknowledge that these diaspora are diverse and heterogeneous. The study showed that the experiences at an organizational level were mostly in El Salvador and Mexico, but there is a potential in Guatemala, Honduras, to create networks that we have talked about. Another element that would also help to contribute and strengthen trust is the effective access to quality service. We had excellent examples such as digital services, mobile services, among others. Other important elements that were discussed, and we tried to summarize this. What can we do to engage diaspora? The first thing would be to strengthen regulatory and institutional frameworks. We saw in the panels where Jamaica shared the mapping, Mexico also, they say that they could share all the experience of the Institute. El Salvador talked about a restructuring within the ministry so that the priorities of this institution could be focused on the work diaspora. We spoke about digital government organization services, and IOM. We have a diaspora platform with the idea of connecting, but also we have digital services. And we must take into account the digital gap. Alliances with committees, federations, linked with governments and private sector, and of course, communities of origin and communities of destination. The mapping to create profiles for diaspora. We have a global tool, but you in your countries also have that. For example, Chile said that they have a record of their citizens living abroad, and we have an interactive map as an example of this initiative. Participation platforms. I cannot recall in which panel, I believe it was El Salvador. Yes, the council mentioned community assemblies where they have committees that are speakers for that community so that they can interact with the consulate. Very interesting experiences. And another topic that you brought to the table was taking into account second and third generations. I will not go into detail because you worked on this in the 4 working groups, additional to the presentation made by Larissa on how to leverage the capabilities and planting seeds, like she said. How can we leverage economic capital, human capital, cultural and social capital? A message that would summarize this would be think about diaspora going beyond remittances. We saw that there are many other ways in which we can work with the topic of diaspora, not only remittances, bringing back to the center the individual person. And finally, you were very ambitious in this session. You spoke about all topics. Larissa spoke about the Declaration of Dublin, and she highlighted a number of elements, but the most important thing is how institutionalized the participation of diaspora in programs and policies, the launch of a global political alliance, and foster alliances among sectors. The invitation would be here that you revisit what is useful for the context in your country, what the country is agreed upon in that declaration. Finally, maybe this task is for the next PPT. These are some guidelines of what would become a regional strategy. We are going to work with the South American Conference. Like Pedro said, things can we work on? Well, I mentioned many, but we're going to show some. Strengthening institutional framework. And this is institutions or competent authorities for diaspora. Design programs and policies that are evidence-based, following the principles of IOM. Data creation at 2 levels, profiles of people that are part of diaspora, but also organizations and the networks. Promote the enhancements of services for diasporas. There is an opportunity in terms of digitalization and closing the digital gap. The diaspora that keeps a link with the country and they want to return, how can this be organized? I'm going to speak about that IOM launched a global access, legal identity and diaspora. This is a topic that we would like to discuss with you for the next PPT, the topic of legal identity. And we must never forget the human rights framework and spoke about the convention that has many member states. To take into account the human rights approach, women, children, and youth. International and regional cooperation. And then another important topic, which is a cross-cutting topic when we work with diaspora, is integration and social cohesion. I believe that in one of the working groups, we mentioned how to create awareness about these diaspora organizations to work towards integration and social cohesion in the countries of destination. We discussed much more. However, we don't have time to discuss this, but we do have a document that will be edited and then shared with all of you as a memoir of this excellent work done today. I would like to thank you for the opportunity, and now Walter from PPT will offer closing remarks. Thank you. On behalf of the PPT of the Regional Conference on Migration, we would like to thank you for being here, for contributing here, and for sharing the best practices. And we invite you tomorrow to the field visit to El Piche so that you can see the contribution and the best practices that we have spoken about today, and you can see it yourselves. We reiterate our commitment to continue our contribution to strengthen diaspora. Thank you very much. This is how we conclude this session. Thank you all for participating on behalf of IOM. It has been a pleasure to have you here, and we are glad to see these conversations with the CCM. We also thank Pedro Hernandez. And we would like to remind you that tomorrow we are leaving at 7 a.m. Just a friendly reminder that you have to be at the lobby at 7 a.m. We will look at everything that we spoke about today. Thank you for so many interesting conversations. We'll see each other tomorrow. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por toda la invitación. Hasta luego.